Charles. Yep. Good morning. Hola. I very much look forward to this particular session, which is on Emociones en contextos de trauma y represión. And the first speaker is Diana Roxana Jorza from St. Mary's College in the United States. And the title of her paper is From Horror into Laughter, Incongruity, Resolution, and Insulated Critique During Franco's Dictatorship. Thank you, Diana.
Gracias.
Oops, sorry.
Ok. Mi presentación va a ser en inglés, pero luego si tienen preguntas pueden hacerlas en español o en inglés, como sea. Ok, ahora voy a empezar mi cronómetro, por si acaso. In a perceptive analysis of horror and humor, Noel Carroll pointed out an essential similarity between the two, how they both trespass our normal categories and norms, and in so doing, they trigger a sense of incongruity between what we expect and what really happens. On the other hand, comedy, which relies on various types of humor, tends to offer a resolution to the incongruity between expectations and outcome. We smile or laugh after we have changed our perception of a perplexing situation, and thus we detach ourselves from it, regulating our potentially negative emotions in front of incongruity. From a cognitive perspective, therefore, a horror parody would solve or rationalize the initial disconcerting mismatch between the expectations of normality and the onset of terror by laying bare the artifice behind the source of fear, so showing the constructed or manipulated nature of the display reality and of the terror it instills. This unreliability in respect to how we usually know and interpret reality through reason and our senses, especially through our sight and hearing, is actually shared by both horror or the Gothic and their parody. For instance, what the vulnerable horror protagonist sees, hears, or experiences often defies all commonplace logic, reason, or prior empirical observations. This fundamental doubt in the nature and understanding of reality will understandably trigger paranoid interpretations, both in the fictional protagonists on the one hand and in the audiences of Gothic and their parody on the other. The constant reliance on paranoid hermeneutics also characterizes the critical, skeptical citizens of a dictatorship, who repeatedly learn how not to trust what they see and hear, or what they see and watch every day due to the all-invasive propaganda and censorship of the public sphere. This radical mistrust in what appears to the senses could therefore be further strengthened in dictatorships precisely by the paranoid interpretations fostered by most, such as Gothic horror on the one hand, or parody on the other. Furthermore, as Ariel Horner and Sus Losnick insightfully remind in their discussion of the comic Gothic, historically speaking, the Gothic becomes comic, I quote, during periods of rapid change resulting in a sense of instability and flux, unquote, which coincidentally is also the peculiar flourishing time for dark humor and dark comedy, which according to Geoff King tend to echo contemporaneous questioning of established values as institutions. Unsurprisingly, Gothic and horror parodies often use a dark relativizing humor as the emotional detachment from a serious, oppressive, claustrophobic situation allows the self to liberate itself from the burden of an empathetic suffering, creating some sort of self-defensive mechanism against any mental anxiety, which of course resonates with Freud's discussion of dark humor as, I quote, the triumph of narcissism, the victorious assertion of ego's invulnerability. Unquote. What parody and humor, especially in their dark versions, do, therefore, is to reverse the deficiency excess dialectics that Fred Botting discerned at the basis of the Gothic, which he characterizes by a negation of knowledge doubled by an excess of feelings. This, in his term negative aesthetics, does not inform only the Gothic universe and its characters, but also their spectators in the case of cinema, whose knowledge is also incomplete on the one hand, and who on the other are induced to mimic the threatened protagonist's excessive negative feelings, and this threatened protagonist is usually a woman. The parodic take on the Gothic reverses this inequality, however, supplying additional knowledge and detachment to the audiences, thus shifting the imbalance towards a cognitive excess and a diminished emotional involvement. What the parodic Gothic can offer, therefore, is often a mental and emotional self-defensive strategy through laughter in social, culturally, and politically unstable times, when in researchers' word, there is an increased perception of the Gothic dimension of real life. Such disorienting social historical times of major economic and cultural upheaval were undoubtedly 1940s Spain, immediately following the Civil War, and the institutionalization of a ruthless, repressive right-wing regime, as well as 1950s Spain, when the country transitioned to an Opus Dei technocratic rule, whose attempts of economic modernization were deprived of any real political and cultural changes, so unsurprisingly resulting in many jarring contradictions in everyday life. It's no wonder, therefore, that Spanish Gothic parodies and dark comedies flourished at such historical junctures, 1940s and 1950s, of Franco's regime, exposing its repressive violent order under the guise of an apparently harmless comedy that dwelled precisely on the many incongruities of the time. And as a side note, there was a prohibition to film any Gothic and horror movies in this first decade. So parodies were actually the only opportunity to deal in any way with the horror or the Gothic. One of the most popular Gothic cycles in Spain during these times was the so-called Hollywood female Gothic, also referred to as Gothic romances, films of suspicion and distrust, gaslight melodramas, the paranoid wife cycle. They heavily impacted both the cultural politics of the time, especially in terms of gender representation, and Spanish cinema audiences, triggering successful Gothic parodies as that which very soon will constitute the actual focus on my presentation. The Hollywood female Gothic romances had a strong and subversive impact in post-war Spain, where the cycle was very popular, especially with female audiences, to whose, I should say, emotional counter-education it undeniably contributing, teaching women to resist what Maria Rosa Medina Dominic called the authoritarian emotional regime, consistent with the National Catholic gender ideology of the time, whose religious, scientific, and medical discourse created what she terms a claustrophobic emotional space, especially as it concerns the language of love and its expectations for women. What I'm going to attempt here is shed some light on how parody could playfully but effectively take on various female Gothic conventions, especially the gaslight damsel in distress, a motif whose real psychological manipulation was humorously presented from a secure distance for the spectators, while the unsuspecting female protagonist was dominated by the typical emotional excess of negative feelings, Gothic excess, and absence of knowledge about her real situation. The Spanish contemporaneous audiences had enough information to assess her vulnerable position from an emotionally detached perspective. And through this kind of portrayal, such parody criticized contemporaneous women's emotional education and the mental health institutions of post-war Spain, critiquing, for instance, women's juridically institutionalized lack of rights and their dependence upon male guardianship under Franco's regime, while the parody label also effectively shielded them from censorship mutilation. And now a little bit about women's situation in the Spanish post-war. Infantilized by the discriminatory post-war legislation and subordinated to male authority, the Spanish feminine model before 1961 was that of a person of, I quote, extreme psychological and intellectual fragility, wholly incapable to comprehend and act autonomously, unquote, so hence in need of male guardianship. Condemned to be a kind of eternal minors or what was called insufficient subjects by the patriarchal Francoist regime, Spanish women of the time had the same rights as those deemed insane or legally irresponsible, such as the minors, as they were considered to be dominated by their feelings and instincts. Hence, they were allegedly more prone to mood disorders, neurosis, hysteria, an entrenched misogynistic assessment that seemed to ironically describe them as the conventional Gothic heroines with a pathological sensibility of unrestrained emotions. Furthermore, the Spanish post-war emotional regime, to use William Reddy's concept, into which young girls and women were socialized, including a hegemonic female image that was, and I quote from some adjectives of the time, fragile, selfless, submissive, sweet, stable, smiling, who never had personal initiative, being completely helpless. And in order to obtain this expected docility and smiling pleasantness in their traditional gender roles, all sorts of sedatives and drugs were concurrently encouraged. And most psychiatric drugs directed to women were aimed at stopping anxiety, promising a prescriptive, lighthearted, happy take on life. If you look at some of the ads for these drugs, as was the case of apathergil, I'm not sure how well you can see it. That was the best image I could get. It was used for various addictions and hallucinations. So we come across an image that seems not only targeted to female customers, but it actually seems derived from a Gothic illustration where the woman looks mentally unstable, terrified, and behind bars without the aid of the advertised drug, which inevitably put forth quite a chilling image of the effect of ordinary life on women in Franco's dictatorship. The representation of a woman's entrapment in an increasingly menacing and insanity-inducing Gothic-like mansion was a recurrent motif in many female Gothic romances successfully shown in Spain, especially the highly impactful Rebecca by Hitchcock, shown in Spain in 1942, or Gaslight by Cucor, released in Spain in 1947. And in order to better understand the changes that were introduced in the Spanish period of the Hollywood cycle, we should first remember some essential aspects about this 1940s Hollywood cycle of Gothic romance. Female Gothic romances were very popular and commercially successful in the United States, where their flourishing has been related to the contemporaneous American women's suspicion and distrust towards men, especially their husbands, on the one hand, and on the other, they pointed to an all-too-real culture of pain that ran against the apparently happy images of the self-sacrificing women that were patiently waiting for their husbands who were gone overseas during the Second World War that were found in most 1940s magazines. Later, these films of suspicion and distrust, as Andrea Walsh calls them, which peaked between 1944 and 1948, seem to have echoed the post-war conservative redefinition the post-war conservative role redefinition, frustration and confusion of American women after the wartime employment and subsequently increased independence, because after the war, they were told to be homemakers, go back home. Furthermore, the wartime separation from their husbands and their later reunion gave the Gothic motif of marrying a stranger a peculiar historical inflection. This noir-related cycle thus resonated with familiar Gothic motif of female claustrophobia, menace, and trauma in its culturally specific engagement with a married damsel in distress, imprisonment in a gloomy, potentially haunted mansion, easily connected to women's domestic oppression by abusive male figures under a patriarchal regime. The eventual movie resolution between two possible interpretations, that is how the woman interpreted her husband's strange, overbearing, or manipulative behavior, appears to have performed a very important ideological function, that of, quote, validation or invalidation of the feminine experience. But regardless of that validation or invalidation, these female protagonists would gradually see more and more agency as amateur detectives, even if the authority of a benevolent male investigator, who often became a kind of a compensatory alternate romantic partner, was usually enlisted to validate their findings. In the case of the Spanish parodies of female Gothic, the husband is, unsurprisingly, never the manipulative criminal figure from the Hollywood movies. This abusive and controlling mastermind who works to instill identity doubts and mental anguish in the victimized young woman is displaced onto relatives in 1940s and 1950s Spain by making inheritance the main motif of their psychological manipulation. It's the case of the movie that we are going to briefly dwell on, Fantasmas en la Casa, Ghosts in the House, a 1959 remake of an earlier 1946 movie, Los Habitantes de la Casa Deshabitada. Furthermore, the Spanish heroine, unlike their American counterparts, do not really challenge an abusive male power, and they never assume a more active investigative role to successfully expose and outsmart the gaslighting male villain. So the determined independent female role was significantly missing in the Spanish case, making her future husband the savior of the story. In rescuing the young victim and exposing the truth about her manipulative relatives' motives, he will reveal, however, the corruption and violence of the contemporaneous juridical system and of the patriarchal social order that would have all too easily enabled these wicked relatives to institutionalize the young woman in a mental institution in order to take her inheritance. And now our movie. Fantasmas en la Casa. It was produced at the beginning of the technocratic remodeling of the regime and the rise of the incipient consumerist society. And it begins with how Raimundo, successful playwright, unexpectedly encounters Cristina, his former fiancée, on the same train he rides after she had disappeared mysteriously some years ago, just before their projected wedding. She appears now utterly distressed, seemingly ignorant of who he is, but she will secretly visit his carriage later, laconically asking for his help without giving much information. He will eventually find her in an old, seemingly haunted house, which he will, as we will gradually discover, was used by some money counterfeiters, two of whom were actually Christina's tutors, who not only tried to drive away any potential visits by making the house look haunted, and that's when parody comes in, but they also sought to make her become insane, or at least doubt her sanity, by arranging several fake ghosts and monsters appearances to frighten her. The purpose of this reprehensible attempt was the tutors desired to commit her to a mental asylum in order to get her inheritance. And the movie ends with Raimundo rescuing Cristina, their happy marriage, they're living happily ever after. While the young female protagonist of Fantasmas en la Casa, Cristina, appears as a beautiful, modern woman of the time, her disoriented, haggard look at the beginning when she first appears in the movie is less striking, however, apparently, than her mysteriously missing smile for somebody of her age and beauty, according to the male voice over pedantically introducing her. The insistent reference to the necessity of a smile for somebody of a young marriageable age immediately echoes the Countess' hegemonic harangues to the young Spanish women of the time, constantly advised to smile in a sweet and consoling manner, not to follow the dark, melancholy Hollywood female protagonist of Gaslight and Rebecca, and according to a sentimental advice column, I quote, who behaved strangely, suffering obscure mental anguish that could not be confessed, and as a result would also make the others suffer the same, though subtle psychological manipulation. Unquote. Cristina seems to therefore embody precisely this prohibited, anguished, and mentally imbalanced countermodel of body language and behavior from the very beginning, but it is precisely this oppressive sense of danger that haunts her, what makes her former fiancé do everything he can in order to help her, especially after she mysteriously disappears from the same train carriage that he travels in. The ominous music, the growing suspense that accompanied these opening scenes, as well as the appearance of Christina's shadowy, untrustworthy tutors in the first minutes of the movie, are all cues meant to make the spectators believe at first they are actually watching a psychological Gothic plot, which is briefly enhanced by the image of a typical Gothic mansion that isolates Cristina from her lost father and covers a criminal money counterfeiting business. The audience's emotions are soon jarred, however, towards humor and laughter when Raimundo's comic, fearful aide Gregorio, which we will soon see, a well-known comedy actor of the time, is introduced and whose terror is humorously ridiculed when we see the gross, trivialized behind-the-scene machinations to drive Cristina mad by making the house appear haunted. So by playing horror-like soundtrack diegetically on the turntable to instill terror at very precise time.
Oiga, creo que llaman.
That's the signal.
Anda, lo tuyo.
¿Qué toca ahora?
Gemidos lastimeros.
Bueno, echarme cartas que enseguida termino.
Here, I'm not sure why it's not working.
Oiga, creo que llaman. Anda, lo tuyo.
Yes.
¿Qué toca ahora?
I think what's the best we know in horror.
Oh, disculpe, ¿podría acercarse para ver por qué no funciona el sonido? Muchas gracias.
It did function before when we checked, so I'm not sure why it's not functioning right now. Is it this one? But it probably doesn't. It should work.
Gemidos lastimeros.
Bueno, echarme cartas que enseguida termino.
It did work before when we tried.
Ahí.
That was probably
La salida es correcta.
¿Puedes compartir sonido? Cuando le pones compartir.
Es que lo habíamos probado y había sonado bien. Sí.
sí, solo ahora no sé por alguna razón.
Y está
Los
todo
otros-
correcto.
Sí, no sé por qué no funciona.
Me permite la memoria.
Sí, ¿de qué?
Ah, bueno, ahorita lo podríamos hacer desde la cabina. Yo digo, está todo es correcto ahorita.
Sí, pero no sé por qué no funciona. It's definitely parody.
No, es que es a través de Zoom todo.
¿System?
Sí, y todo está canalizado correctamente.
Porque parece el audio como off.
No, esa es la voz, el audio, el micrófono.
Ok.
Pues no es incorrecto.
¿Y sobre todo cómo funcionaba antes?
Sí.
As we're talking about parody anyway, it's very appropriate. Okay. So there are, just not to waste time, well, hopefully this is working, and you don't want me to do the sounds. At very precise moments, they're supposed to do what is called gemidos lastimeros, woeful cries. And they are so, the servants are so efficient that the servant that goes, because it's his turn, says, just deal the cards for me because I'll be back very soon. And he just goes there and very matter-of-factly just starts wailing. And for us, of course, it's very funny because we see all these behind-the-scenes machinations, but it is not so for the protagonist who has no idea about all this that is happening. Yeah, this was the sound to actually start the wailing. Well, we can just. I'm sorry, I can't produce because the sounds are even funnier than what I can actually talk about the sounds. And in any case, right here, as she waits. This is a very Hitchcock-like moment. So, and of course, again, for her, it is a horror movie. It's not, there isn't anything funny. Whereas, of course, let's see if we can see the gemidos lastimeros. Okay, not, apparently we're not supposed to hear that. We don't want to be traumatized by los gemidos lastimeros. Anyway, so Cristina seems to, I was saying that she seems to embody all this prohibited anguish mental imbalance. And for the audiences, there is a comic resolution of incongruity, which is carried out by casting the Gothic mansion is merely staged to terrorize an innocent, helpless young woman for intricate economic reasons. Our skeptical stance, however, is triggered by the gross manipulation of Christina's horrifying reality, inevitably extends over the entire social setting because the recognizable contemporaneous Spanish society of the period is pictured not only as massively, easily corruptible, which enabled the young Christina's inconspicuous abduction, prolonged sequestration before she would turn 21 and receive her inheritance, but also oppressively functioning at an institutional level as to ensure the triumph of some evil, unscrupulous motives. And as in many other Hollywood films belonging to the 1940s female Gothic cycle, especially in Hitchcock's warped psychological universe, middle-class family ties and spaces are neither protected nor trustworthy, but means of entrapment for dark ends. And despite her almost 21 years, Christina is consistently infantilized. As such, always appears as naive, helpless, incapable to question her relatives' constant manipulation. So her unquestioning submissiveness and vulnerability must have echoed for the female spectators of the time the constant hegemonic warnings directed to young women in school, in the media, from the pulpit, I quote, not to examine everything with mistrust and sarcasm. Analyzing everything harshly and satirically did not seem very advisable, unquote. And it was actually considered the main reason for spinsterhood. Her culturally shaped emotion behavior based on credulity and blind faith as a marriageable young woman of the time thus ironically becomes the very cause of her potential destruction, which indirectly critiques the very foundation of the patriarchal education of the regime at the basis of the prescriptive gender relations of the time. By a felicitous trainer encounter with Raimundo the day before she turns 21, which is of course a fictional Deus Ex Machina plot twist to prevent her downfall, unlikely to happen in real life, she escaped institutionalization in a mental asylum, which her aunt and uncle had all too easily arranged in order to get her inheritance. And this ominous possibility was carried out by a sinister and parodic figure of contemporaneous relevance, Dr. Baselga, and which of course alluded to contemporaneous psychiatrists and mental asylums who could produce diagnostic in the absence of any actual review of the alleged symptoms, which appears when he comes, this doctor hastens to come and lock up a potential patient in a mental asylum, not even on a medical examination, no matter how superficial, but only on a brief phone call from a male relative, her tutor, who claims that she has gradually lost her sanity and therefore needs to be confined. While her tutor's reasons are socio-economic, the desire to collect her inheritance before she turns 21, if she will be proved mentally irresponsible, the dubious psychiatrist is quite sinister if we take into consideration the existing juridical status of Spanish women in the first post-war decades, dependent upon male guardianship and considered as a kind of eternal minor, in their legally sanctioned lack of rights, which made them all too easy fall victims to unscrupulous attempts of institutionalization by interested relative, which was unfortunately not that uncommon during Franco's regime. And if we actually look at real cases of institutionalized women during Franco's regime, male tutors such as uncles could easily get rid of cumbersome female orphans in their care by arranging their psychiatric incarceration on the sheer basis of their words. And I won't go into the actual existing cases of the time, but there is ample documentation about that. And my conclusions. Fantasmas en la Casa as a Gothic parody is thus very far away from mere harmless entertainment. Even if the authoritarian medicalization of Christina's body was eventually unsuccessful and the divine relatives, the all-too-real monster, were expelled and punished, and the safe reality of family and marriage was reaffirmed by the last images of the movie. These were the summary that, of course, heavily contrasts with the initial image of Christina, traveling towards their carefree honeymoon by the same train from the beginning of the film. This melodramatic ending and the emotional relief brought about by the successive comic resolutions of incongruity do not completely take away, however, the previous anxiety and fear for the innocent protagonist, whose life was almost destroyed by her infantilizing upbringing and by her mercenary relatives, in whom she mistakenly put her trust, disregarding a seemingly advisable paranoid frame of mind. The ongoing tension and disturbing implication of some of the main institutions and cultural values upon which the regime was founded, family, home, education, the law, the existing legislation, their nefarious or useless core of their all-too-easy corruption are rendered visible through the censorship-safe discourse of Gothic parody, which managed to indirectly ridicule and question the basic convention underlying the patriarchal rule and the biopolitical state control of Franco's regime. This parodic alternative perception could thus shrewdly show the real horrors of daily life, repressively enforced especially upon women. The parodic humor's take on such a stressful situation that seemed to have had an epistemological benefit upon its audiences emotionally distant from the disturbing implication of the Gothic daily life they were actually experiencing, and making them more aware of the monstrous abnormality they were living with in everyday life. Muchas gracias. It is.
Thanks very much, Diana. And it's always unfortunate when the technology doesn't.
Maybe you can imagine the sounds even better than they were in real life.
Oh, no, sorry.
The next speaker on our program is Jared Parrott from Georgetown University, Washington, D.C. And today, Jared is talking about boundaries between shame, guilt, and embarrassment. Thank you.
Good morning, buenos dias. I am happy to be here, and I am speaking today as one of a very small number of psychologists who is here, amongst the historians and literary critics and so on. But I hope to do several things in today's talk. I am a long-standing interest in the history of emotion. I've been involved with the group in Australia since they got started. And I have always found history to be very compatible with psychology, because psychologists are interested in cultural differences in emotions, and in many ways, historians are too. What I hope to show today is why psychology might even be relevant to the historians. There are many differences between the fields. Psychologists tend to look at emotions as an abstraction. Historians embed them in time and context and the particularities. And I think, of course, we need both. And so I'm going to focus in my talk on the psychology of shame. And I want to talk about the theme of the conference, boundaries, by talking about how emotion words create boundaries and distinctions between different types of emotions, and how these exist in English and how we study them in psychology, and how they're quite different in other languages. Shame is a perfect emotion for studying this. I think it's especially susceptible to cross-cultural and historical change because it's an emotion about the self, and culture supplies a great deal of information and rules and norms and about a self. And so therefore an emotion that's about the self can take on many different forms. In English, we often study three emotions as a group: shame, guilt, and embarrassment in English are often considered to belong to a category that we call self-conscious emotions, because all of them involve some awareness of who one is and how that compares to one's ideals and to how other people think of oneself. And I want to start with a theory of shame that arose in the last third of the 20th century. A psychoanalyst, Helen Block Lewis, a number of experimental psychologists, June Tangney, Michael Lewis, and others, proposed that shame is a particularly painful emotion. They describe it as painful and devastating. One's entire self is viewed as flawed, defective. A person feels small, worthless, and powerless. Shame essentially is an emotion about oneself, this theory says. It's a kind of self-contempt. These theorists maintain that an audience is not important. Maybe an ashamed person wants to hide because they want to conceal their defects from others. But the important thing, they said, was it's your own opinion of yourself that is bad. Shame in English is more closely associated with guilt than it is with embarrassment. It's often an uncommon emotion. It's an emotion people don't like to talk about, and it is usually viewed as dysfunctional. This was not always how people thought about shame. This is a new and different view, and I think historians alert something has happened in the way shame is conceived of in English, because shame previously was an emotion that was a response to other people, their disapproval of you. I've selected a number of quotations across a number of centuries, but Bernard Mandeville described shame as a powerful, sorrowful reflection on our own unworthiness that comes from an apprehension that other people see us as being, something who should be despised. Charles Darwin described shame as, quote, relates almost exclusively to the judgment of others. The psychologist and philosopher William James said these thoughts in other people's minds, they grow when they dwindle and they make us puff up with pride or blush with shame, but it's all hinging on other people's minds. The anthropologist Ruth Benedict famously proposed that there are guilt cultures and shame cultures. This in her analysis of the culture of Japan and trying to explain it to Americans. And you don't have to agree with her theory about cultures. It's almost certainly wrong. What's important here is, what did she mean by shame? She didn't mean, when she said Japan is a shame culture, that the Japanese despise themselves. No, she meant that the Japanese morality is based on what other people would think, what the conventions are, how you appear to others. The guilt culture, the Western American culture, was one where you had an internal conscience. So the distinction between shame and guilt for Benedict was shame is about other people's views and guilt is your own private beliefs about yourself. A psychologist named Ausubel, who studied shame in the mid-20th century, still reflects the old view. Shame for him was, quote, an unpleasant emotional reaction by an individual to an actual or presumed negative judgment of himself by others. So that was the old view of shame, and somehow it has shifted. That's a question that psychologists are bad at and historians are good at. So I leave it to you, but what happened? Many changes took place. The American culture used to be an honor culture. We had duels and things like that, and that has changed. We became more individualistic. We became less linked to a specific community, and I don't know what was behind the shift, but it's quite pronounced.
It is there.
Yeah. Okay. This brings me to the part of my talk where I'm going to talk like a psychologist for a little bit. I'll try not to do too much, but almost 25 years ago now, I published some research where we did experiments to show that the modern shame still contains traces of that old view about public exposure. In a number of experiments, we showed that in situations where you might feel guilt about hurting someone else and also shame about being a bad person, if you increased the amount of public exposure, the shame became more intense, but the guilt was the same. So shame is responding to public exposure more than guilt is. More recently, I'm studying a bunch of accounts that came from my students, actually. I simply asked about 100 people, think of a time when you felt shame and write a whole essay about it, and then answer a big questionnaire with lots of questions. And with Likert scales, escales Likert. And then this was subjected to weeks and weeks of statistical analysis, from which I was able to conclude that there are really maybe two kinds of shame in a psychological sense. That is what I would call public shame and what I would call private shame. And to give you an idea of what these are like, here are some questionnaire items that seem to measure just one or the other. So if you want to measure private shame, you might ask people to rate how much did your self-respect decrease? Did you feel disgusted with yourself? Did you wish you were a different sort of person? Did you feel like you were a bad person? And these measures seem to measure the internal private shame without respect to other people. Whereas if you want to measure public shame, you might ask people questions like, I feel someone disapproves of me. I'm concerned about my good reputation being lost. I think another person got the wrong impression of me, or I kept thinking about what other people would think about me. Now, if you use those measures and average them up, you now have a nice measure of public shame and a nice measure of private shame. And here comes the graph. You can plot all of my 94 examples of shame on a graph where the X horizontal axis is how much private shame was there, and the vertical Y axis, how much public shame was there. And you can see they're all over the place. There's a couple things to point out is that most of them are up in the upper right corner. That is, there's a lot of public shame and a lot of private shame. And in fact, the whole diagonal shows that there is, they tend to go together. They very frequently go together. But if you look up in this corner, you find a smaller number of cases where there's a lot of public shame and really no private shame at all. And if you look down in this corner, you see there are a small number of cases where there's a lot of private shame and no public shame really to speak of. So I want to say that even though they usually bond together, they becomes a sort of conglomerate emotional experience, that in principle, there's two different reactions here. And you can, under certain circumstances, get just one or the other. And I'm in the middle of doing some research now to figure out exactly what produces only one, only the other, both together. And I won't get into that now because I have another topic for you. But this is what I basically said. Most of the cases, the public and private go together. That's about 3/4 of the cases. In a minority of reports, about 25%, you're getting mostly just one or the other. And I want to conclude that contemporary English speakers can experience both the traditional shame and the modern type of shame. It's still in our emotional repertoire. And another thought for historians is this a common thing when emotions change or when there's a neo-emotion, as they were talking about yesterday? Does the old emotion disappear, or do we simply add more and more to what was at the core? It seems to me some emotion concepts, the passiones in Latin had certain connotations, and the Christians added more connotations to it. And then we talked about emotions, and then we talked about romanticism, and then we talked about self-control. And the idea of emotion never just changes from one to the other. We have all of these things together and we carry them around, and it's more complex and confusing. And I think possibly shame is like that as well. But it's a question for historians that comes to my mind. Anyway, that's how it is in English. In other languages, the boundaries are different, at least, in terms of the lexicon. There are many, many languages where shame and embarrassment are one word, one category. That's certainly the case in Tahiti, Ifiluk, which is a Micronesian culture studied by Catherine Lutz. In Indonesia, the anthropologist Dan Fessler has done work there. In Nepal, the Malayalam culture in South India, in Japan. In all these languages, a word that means shame also includes a lot of things that in English would be embarrassment. And they typically lack shame's strong association with guilt and moral failure. And this leads me to the Spanish language, which, as you can tell from my PowerPoints, I don't speak. Any accuracy there is due to Google Translate, but not me. But I have done some research in Spain. I'm fortunate to have some colleagues at Universidad Autónoma in Madrid, Jose Miguel Fernandez Doles, a former student of mine, Alejandro Hurtado de Mendoza, Pilar Carrera, and worked with me we focused on shame in its usual translation. When I ask my phone to translate shame, it tells me vergüenza. And that's the most common translation. But we focused on this comparison and produced evidence for what I think many people know already, which is that it's a bad translation. It doesn't really mean the same thing at all, even though your phone will tell you that's what it means. What did we do? One way we measured this was we tried to find what are the core central prototypical features of vergüenza and of shame, and what is less central and what's kind of a remote sometimes association. And one way to express that is in a graph like this. On the left, we have the prototype features of shame, and at the core in the middle is guilt, moral transgression, doing wrong, humiliation. And as you go out in the circles, you get the less central features and things that aren't particularly relevant to shame. They're weakly associated, or things like shyness or other people's attention. If you switch over to our data, which are from students at Autónoma, so Madrid, the central features of vergüenza are not the same. They're things like, I look ridiculous, I feel inhibited, I am blushing, I am socially uncomfortable. And as you go out and out and out, only at the perimeter do you get the central features of guilt, of shame, including guilt and being punished and rejecting myself. Another way we looked at this was psychologists are fond of reducing everything to 2 dimensions. And if you study emotions and try to plot them on a single graph of 2 dimensions, there's looks like this. There's one dimension that's always about pleasure, that feels good, feels bad. And there's another dimension that's always about how energetic it is, how aroused it is. And on this graph, we were focusing on vergüenza and shame and trying to see what English words were closest to vergüenza. And as you can see on the graph, vergüenza and embarrassment are right on top of each other. And they're far away from shame, which is actually close to guilt and is more negative. Okay. This is very crude research. I mean, there's so much more we could do. We were just focused on this one question. I asked my Google Translate this morning, give me a translation for embarrassment. We didn't look at embarrassment, but it tells you vergüenza. But also all these other, there's much nuance here. What's imbarazzo? What's bochorno? What's turbación? Well, there's pena. There's many, many words that seem to inhabit this field. So there's more boundaries and more distinctions that we could look at. But let's move on. In other languages, moving beyond the ones I've mentioned, the best translation for shame is a word that is even wider in its semantic field. In India, there's this word lajja, which can mean shamed, embarrassed, shy, and bashful. But it also has very positive connotations, being humble, being virtuous, being respectful. The anthropologist who I know went to India to collect this data was hiring a research assistant, and one of the letters of recommendation was, yes, you should hire this young woman. She has much lajja. And this is not something you would say in English with shame. Please hire this person. They're very ashamed. But it's obviously a virtue in Spanish. In the Bedouin culture in Egypt, the best word for shame is hasham. And Laila Abu Lugod is the anthropologist who did a study of this word. But it means shame and embarrassment and shyness. And it means you have proper manners and you're self-restrained. And it also includes this interesting additional thing that pops up in shame words, a feeling of awe in the presence of a higher ranking or more powerful person. In Sumatra, there's a word malu, which actually has a very similar set of features. And so it's not even uncommon to have what's called a subordinates reaction in shame, where you feel shame in the presence of a powerful person. You've done nothing wrong, you're just, less worthy. So here, I think would be a good time to conclude. I hope that it's clear that shame takes on different forms in different cultural settings. How to explain these forms and how they arise is a very interesting question that's both have a historical basis and a psychological one. And I hope I've shown some ways where a psychological analysis can help reveal the shifting boundaries between emotions. Thank you and gracias.
Thank you, Jack.
Thank you very much, Jerry. Our next speaker is Javier Moscoso from the Historical Institute in Madrid, Spain. And today he's giving a paper showing the armpit in historical context.
Well, thank you very much, Charles. Thank you all. So hopefully I will be able to say something interesting about this topic. As you know, a couple of years ago in the other conference in I think it was in Florence, I was talking about another difficult gesture, which is biting, and today I'm talking about showing the armpit. So on May 17, 1934, Marcel Mauss gave a lecture in Paris. Can we get rid of this? No, no es el ruido, es el... Okay. Believe it or not, we tried this before. I mean, we came at 9 o'clock just to make sure that everything was working properly. I mean, that was both Diana and I mean, we were doing our homework. Well, I will go on and then see what happens. Yeah, but the question is, you see, I mean, there is always this little thing green there. You can drag it down. Can we drag it down? Yeah, let us see. Okay, let us see. Well, just about. Well, not just about. So, on May 17, 1934, Marcel Mauss gave a lecture in Paris before the Psychology Society, or what he called techniques of the body. The ideas expressed in this short text, which I would like to highlight today, served as a source of inspiration for many other sociologists and anthropologists who came after him, including Pierre Bourdieu, who drew on this publication his idea of habitus, or Mary Douglas, who explored in her book Purity and Danger, who explored it in her book Purity and Danger, particularly in relation to liminal spaces. Mauss, as you know, was interested in demonstrating how the gestures and movements of the human body were neither purely voluntary nor simply natural acts, but rather learned techniques, effective as an instrument of socialization. In this famous lecture, the French sociologist developed a topology of gestures, which he illustrated with numerous examples, many of which he had already noted years earlier in a 1921 article on the obligatory expressions of feelings. Almost 100 years before historians of emotions became concerned with mourning or crying, Mauss described how culture shaped emotional expressions, whether through ritual actions or learned bodily techniques. In these 1934 lectures, the examples referred to actions that we might consider basic, from walking to giving birth, or from swimming to eating. As in the case of the history of sexual postures, which Moss already complained was understudied despite its cultural diversity, the French sociology found different and cultural diverse ways of moving the body. Moss, however, did not pay attention to three types of gestures, three categories of bodily dynamics that constitute, in my opinion, three essential groups of human behavior. I'm referring, on the one hand, to involuntary or unnoticed gestures, such as sneezing or blushing. Secondly, I'm talking about feigned gestures, such as dissimulation, the sprezzatura, to which Norbert Elias, for example, devoted a monumental treatise, but also to deliberate exaggerations. Finally, Moss did not pay attention to ambiguous gestures, those that mobilize a broad and diverse set of cultural symbols. It is one of these gestures, one of these ambiguous gestures, showing the armpit, that I would like to focus on in the next few minutes. My aim is to unravel the ambiguity of this gesture, the different elements that make up that ambiguity. I mean, in a sense, what I'm trying to do is, it is very much in a sort of a Kantian sort of setting. I mean, if you remember, the question for Kant was what a representation is a representation of. And sometimes, I mean, somehow what I'm trying to do is to give you to ask you the same question, what some expressions are expressions of. I mean, in the case of emotions, we have, of course, certain expressions that they have ambiguities, like, for example, crying. We have some other emotions for which it is very difficult to find what is the expression that they go with them, like the envy, for example, or resentment. And we also have this kind of difficulties in some others. I mean, expressions like showing the armpit, to which we don't know exactly which is the meaning. So when Moss gave his lecture in 1934, the history of the body did not simply exist. And it could not exist because it was first unnecessary to understand that the body was a cultural object that was consequently subject to geographical variations, as ethnographers were beginning to point out, but also historical differences, as Norbert Elias and our historian Erwin Panofsky, among others, immediately demonstrated. It also happened that for a long time, at least until the 1990s, historians spoke of the human body as a whole, rather than paying attention to its different parts. It was unthinkable then to write, as it has been done later, a cultural history linking the morphology elements, the morphological elements of anatomy with the history of the symbolic qualities of the different parts of the body, whether the skull or the hand, the nervous system or the genitals. In the case at hand, the cultural history of the armpit has been addressed mainly in relation to two different aspects, or three, I would say. On the one hand, it has occupied a prominent place in the history of hygiene, whether public or private. Some historians have dealt with the presence or absence of armpit hair, methods of hair removal, and the attractive or repulsive qualities of armpit odor. The 19th century sexologists, Havelock Ellis, for example, considered the smell of the armpit to be one of the sources of sexual arousal, classified them from mildest to strongest, comparing them to garlic, hazelnuts, or gorgonzola cheese. Much less attention has been paid to the cultural significance or the physiological functions. Tickling, for example, began to be studied in the West only in the 19th century, without it being possible to clarify why no one could tickle their own armpits. In this talk, we will see that neither sweat, nor hair, nor odor alone can explain the overabundance of armpits in iconography of modern and medieval and antique classic Europe. Although invisible to many historians, the representation of this cavity in European panties, which is what I'm going to focus on today, in 16th and 17th century is simply overwhelming, even when though I must limit myself in this presentation to few cases. To put it simply, my aim is to argue in the representation of the gesture or in the gesture itself of showing the armpit, three elements come together, three techniques of the body according to to Norse terminology. And it is precisely this convergence of these three factors that makes the gestures itself, on the one hand, equivocal, since it signifies several things at the same time, ambiguous, since it does not have a single referent, and involuntary, since its connotations have generally been forgotten. To illustrate these three elements, which in any case cannot be isolated, I will use three iconographical models: the armpit of San Sebastian, the armpit of San Bartholomew, and the armpit of the offering Venuses, among others. The fact that many of you may find erotic elements in the iconography of San Sebastian, or conversely understand the configuration of sexual desire in terms of the absence of disease, only confirms, in my view, how the symbolic value of the armpit, its technique, to use most expressions again, mobilizes ambiguous elements that even today operate in accordance with overlearned mythologies. As you know, the iconography of San Sebastian usually depicts him tied to a tree which arose stuck in his body. According to the traditional belief, the saint died during the persecution of Christians in the time of the Roman Emperor Diocletian. It was this emperor who condemned him to be executed by arrows. According to Christian traditions, when they were about to bury his body, Irene of Rome discovered that he was still alive, so she took him to her home and cared for him until he healed. When he recovered, he refused to hide or flee, remaining in Rome, where he was arrested again and this time whipped to death. The Spanish painter who is going to serve, José de Ribera, who is going to be my leading figure in this presentation, began to show great interest in this figure in San Sebastian around 1620, and produced a significant number of paintings and drawings on this subject in the following years. In one of his earlier depictions, an oil on canvas now at the Museum of Fine Arts in Valencia, Santa Irene carefully attempts to remove the single arrow piercing the martyr's body. His immaculate figures radiates light and peace. There are no traces in his skin that could contradict his holiness. This oil on canvas resembles another San Sebastian, the one in the middle, now lost, which Ribera painted in 1636 and which was destroyed in Munich during the Second World War. We also have some preparatory drawings made at the same time. The Ashmolean Museum in Oxford, for example, has an image of a man tied to a tree in a position and posture very similar to that of the painting lost in Munich, but also to other drawings and sketches of men tied to trees with their arms exposed. In an earlier version, now in the Bilbao Fine Arts Museum, which is this one, the Spanish painter depicts the saint lying on the ground, his right arm is still tied to a column, while his skin have open mouth and pale facial expressions still convey a sense of moral authority, the tranquility of mind of a cooperative victim. What is interesting about this painting is not only the exposed armpit, but also the arrow stuck in it. Here you have a detail. Why is it that Ribera exactly pointed that arrow in the armpit? That would be an interesting question that I asked some years ago in a lecture in Dulwich to some art historians that I'm not. It seems that Ribera, like Guido Reni and others, was enthusiastic about the idea of merging the different cultural meanings given to the armpit in the mid-17th century in a single icon. He was not interested in the opening of the body or the most visible expressions of pain, but in the more subtle ways of expressing nakedness and vulnerability, especially with regard to the symbolic value of the armpit as a witness to purity in the face of the Great Plague, Black epidemics that ravaged Europe between the 14th and the 17th century. Taking up, here you have many other examples, taking up an ancient tradition that linked the god Apollo with the plague of classical Greece, the Middle Ages revived an iconography of disease, which, as in the case of the fresco in the Church of Saint André in Lavalier, France, which is the one that you have there, the epidemic is presented in the form of arrows stuck in the body. This connection between the plague and the arrow reappears in many other late medieval frescoes and scenes related to the triumph of death. This is another example of the same, the plague being represented as arrows. And this is one of my favorites, the Triumph of Death wall painting in Palazzo Avicellis in Palermo. This idea is also found in much better known images as Andrea. This is a detail of the previous image. And then if you think of the Andrea Mantegna, well, perhaps some of you know or have already noticed the horse there in the clouds, which is of course again the representation of the plague. Since one of the first symptoms of the disease was the appearance of buboes in the armpit, it became customary to identify purity with unblemished skin. European art also had to escalate the connection between the purity of the armpit and the salvation of the soul. One of the most interesting paintings in this regard, it is this one created by the Italian painter Antonio Giarola in 1630. A female representation of the city of Verona begs the Holy Trinity to free them from the plague. It is interesting in this case to note the contrast between the bubo that appears in the armpit of the corpse in the foreground of the immaculate and the immaculate armpit of the Savior, who also holds the arrows of the plague. So the question there is looking at the armpit as a way of, well, if you don't have buboes, then you are fine. I cannot really go very much into detail, but there is another possibility, which is dealing not simply with the exhibition of the armpit, but with the touching the armpit in precisely in that context. And I'm going to give you only two examples. One is Tiepolo in the representation of San Roque, in which you can see there is this guy again showing his armpit as a way of saying, well, this is very much what is happening here. And perhaps one of the most famous one, which is Jean-Claude Bonaparte visiting the pest house in Jaffa, in which Bonaparte is also touching the armpit of the patient. There are some other cases. I mean, this is one of my favorites. It is at the Wellcome collection, in which even as late as 19th century, we have this guy, I mean, this is a representation of a real person walking around London saying, I'm safe from the plague. I mean, you can look at my armpit. It is a sort of the armpit as a kind of a sanitary password, as it were. So that is one thing. Let's go to the second question, which is San Bartholomew. So the representation of the purity of San Sebastian, whose immaculate armpit is a clear proof of the absence of the plague, contrasts with the representation of humanity and above all the vulnerability of San Bartholomew. His martyrdom, which we know about from the Golden Legend, took place sometime in the 1st century in Armenia, where he was sentenced to be flayed alive. In this regard, it is interesting to compare the different ways in which Ribera approaches the subject of the always confusing story of flame. More specifically, I would like us to consider the difference between the way in which the martyrdom of San Bartholomew is depicted. For example, in the Collegiata, this is the painting that you have now in the slides, the Collegiata Church of Osuna in 1617, and the flaying of Marsyas, of the satire Marsyas. This is 4 different representations of the flaying of Marsyas, 2 by Ribera, 1 for Luca Giordano, another one by Antonio de Bellis, who is a minor author. I mean, the interesting thing about these paintings and the interesting thing about many others that some others I'm going to show you, is how the flaying of these figures, of either mythological figures or the flaying of criminals, begins by the leg or by some other part of the body, but not the armpit. So if you look at the Marsyas, the same author, Ribera, painting a flaying of Marsyas, always by the leg. Of course, the flaying of Marsyas has been represented in many different occasions, and it also in anatomic books. This is a very famous painted by Gérard David in Bruges about the flaying of a judge, and of course, again, through the leg. This is in Warsaw, the flaying of 2 martyrs, in this case by the back or through the back. But in the case of Ribera, it is, and some others, the flaying of San Bartholomew also begins by the armpit. Just to give you some other examples, I mean, I think it is fascinating. It is something wise that he's presenting this kind of this flaying in this particular way. Why is he doing that and not in a different manner? And then, of course, it is a tradition that goes on. And then we can find different examples of followers of Ribera and some others. I mean, just give you few more details. I mean, the latest one is Tiepolo, but then we have Mattia Preti, and then even earlier authors like Jean Muguet. The third issue that I want to mention, and then very briefly, and then I will conclude, is about sexuality. Finally, the arbit is also related to sexuality, and more specifically to sexual arousal. Its representation is rife with erotic connotation, and as part of a bodily semiotics that plays on the ambiguity between the private and the public, the intimate and the exposed, the voluntary or unconscious exposure of the arbit is identified with a lack of resistance, and in extreme cases, with cooperation in anatomical or sexual inquiry. In this sense, we can feel the profound liminal nature of this part of the body, which played such an important role in the construction of sexuality in art history. From 16th century anatomical models to 19th century wax figures, or from Giorgioni's Sleeping Beauties to Goya's La Maja Desnuda, paintings have been concerned with the presentation of a part of the body that has retained a profound power of eroticization. I'm going to show you simply some examples of how would you understand these images, and on all of them, they show arbit and exposure in many occasions of sexual availability. So this is the very famous Barberini found. Again, I mean, there are replicas of this image in anatomical books like the Caserius Humani Corporis Fabrica, 1627, which is a very fascinating image. And again, the question, I mean, when historians of medicine usually discuss this image, only find eroticization in terms of the exposure of the genitalia, but in my view, it is absolutely essential, the position of the arbit. Then you can find, I mean, it is not simply a question of males or females. You can also find females. One of the most favorites, one of my favorites is the one that you see in the right, the Berengario di Carpi, where you have these women pointing to her uterus at the same time that she's, showing, I mean, of course, her skin and then the arbit. You have also that in 19th century box models of different kinds. I mean, I could show you dozens of images of this kind. This is from Dresde. I would also like you to consider why this in fine arts representations of Sleeping Beauties, like Giorgione or Titian, there is always this concern about why is it that they are so erotic? And I would argue that partly the reason is because of the exposure of the arbit. This is the case, for example, with Goya. And then you will find also in tattoos, in French tattoos, this representation of eroticism in French tattoos. It is interesting that Ribera never painted a female nude, except this one, which is a drawing. And of course, it is a drawing of a woman, of a Sleeping Beauty, showing her arbit. So, for conclude, what is interesting about Marcel's body techniques is that he uncovers the different emotional experiences in the same gestures, or inversely, the same emotional experience in a variety of gestures. As we have seen, the gesture of sewing the arbit brings together different subjective experiences, whether it is a feeling of innocence, purity, vulnerability, or intimacy. These are the cultural material of the arbit, or that the arbit is, in my view, made of. Even today, and this I will finish with this, the deodorant industry plays with this idea, mixing ambiguity, equivocation, and obliviousness in a single image. Such an amalgam would not be possible without the confluence of those now forgotten elements that link the arbit of San Sebastian and San Bartholomew with the black and the innocence, but also with the arbits of the Barberini faun and the offering Venuses, whose immaculate arbits, like those of the Christ of Padua, merge health and salvation. Let me just finish with this. Unfortunately, we don't need the sound here. This is the SIHEX publicitary commercial in the 1990s. It says SIHEX, Piel Sana, SIHEX Health Skin. So thank you so much.
Many thanks, Javier. Our next speaker
I can find my program. Is Noemi Pizarroso Lopez from the National University of Distance Education.
Yes.
In Madrid. And she is talking with the title Soledad, Destrucción y Abandono en los Campos Nazis, apuntes sobre la experiencia de Marinette Dambullon en la deportación.
Muchas gracias. Thank you very much. Bueno, yo sí. Voy a hablar en español. Espero que podáis seguir la presentación por he ido haciendo una síntesis, ¿no? de las ideas principales en inglés. Bueno, en primer lugar, quiero agradecer a la Sociedad de Historia de las Emociones, a las organizadoras, a Javier, que compartió la convocatoria, la posibilidad de estar aquí, lo que me ha permitido venir a Ciudad de México, que era una visita que tenía pendiente desde hace mucho tiempo. Esto me ha permitido también participar de este encuentro que me saca un poco de mis lugares habituales, que me dedico a la historia de la psicología. No estoy tan lejos, pero no he trabajado propiamente en el campo de las emociones. En todo caso, en mi ámbito de la historia de la psicología me dedico a recuperar las tradiciones que precisamente historizan los objetos de la psicología en torno a una psicología histórica que está muy en diálogo con Marcel Mauss y la sociología durkheimiana a la que se ha referido Javier. Aquí voy a hablar de un texto de Marinette Dambullon, que fue la principal colaboradora y discípula, aunque apenas conocida, de Ignaz Meyerson, que es el psicólogo francés que de alguna forma se puede considerar el fundador de esta psicología histórica, en el que ella relata su experiencia en la deportación, en el campo de concentración de Ravensbrück, era un campo de mujeres, y su extensa red de campos de trabajo. Bueno, esta es la única fotografía que tengo de ella, y ahí podéis ver a su maestro y su obra principal, donde formuló su psicología histórica. Bien, Dambullon habló de esta experiencia por primera vez en unas jornadas organizadas por Meyerson en la Sociedad de Estudios Psicológicos de Toulouse, que es donde él, judío, se refugió durante la ocupación alemana, ¿no? de París. Y ella habló de esta experiencia en esta sociedad a pocos meses de su regreso. Ella regresó en mayo del 45 y estas jornadas se celebraron en marzo del 46 sobre las rupturas de la vida. El relato fue publicado después en la revista de Meyerson, el Journal de Psychologie. Como ella misma aclara desde el inicio, no se presenta como un testimonio en sentido estricto, sino como el análisis de su experiencia con el objetivo de contribuir a una psicología de la persona. ¿Qué podemos aprender de lo que significa ser persona en una situación tan límite, tan extrema, ¿no? Ella escribe literalmente qué le ocurre a la persona, qué podemos aprender de su continuidad o disociación, qué queda cuando ya no queda casi nada, cómo se recompone, hasta qué punto es capaz uno de reconocerse en experiencias que nunca antes ha vivido ni ha podido imaginar. A este primer análisis psicológico de su experiencia le siguió un segundo texto, esta vez fruto de un trabajo colectivo, publicado casi 20 años después, Las francesas de Ravensbrück, en cuyo volumen la voz de Dambullon se integra en el coro de esta asociación de mujeres deportadas y prisioneras de la resistencia. Bien, mi objetivo con esta presentación es recuperar estos relatos, señalando su especificidad dentro del género testimonial, en cuanto, por lo menos el primero, individual de Dan Bouilland, está escrito desde una perspectiva analítica, psicológica, y a la vez están marcados por cuestiones de género, todas ellas son mujeres, y de identidad, en tanto que su deportación tuvo que ver con su participación en la resistencia y por lo tanto eran prisioneras de carácter político, ¿no? Antes de ello, me gustaría situar este episodio de la deportación, así como el análisis al que dio lugar, en el marco más amplio de la trayectoria biográfica e intelectual de su autora, de Marinette Dan Bouilland, estrechamente vinculada en este periodo con la de su maestro y por entonces también amante y compañero, Ignaz Meyerson. Dan Bouilland nace en 1907 en Vienne, ISER, estudió filosofía en la Sorbona, fue ahí donde conoció a Meyerson, que daba clases de psicología, y pasó la agregación en 1934, orientando su carrera profesional a la docencia. Ejerció esta tarea en los liceos femeninos de Grenoble y Dijon, antes de instalarse definitivamente en París en el 38, en el liceo Hélène Boucher. Fiel colaboradora de Meyerson desde sus tiempos de estudiante, durante la Segunda Guerra Mundial, que se había refugiado en Toulouse, delegó en ella todas las gestiones relativas a sus proyectos editoriales, la propia dirección del Journal de Psychologie y de su propia investigación, que en ese momento estaba orientada al esclarecimiento de una historia de la voluntad, en línea con el trabajo de Marcel Mauss sobre la historia de la persona. Dan Bouilland revisaba y seleccionaba buena parte de la bibliografía, a la vez que hacía las visitas oportunas a figuras clave como Marcel Mauss, que era amigo íntimo de Meyerson y con el que mantiene una estrecha correspondencia, bueno, Mauss, por las propias condiciones de la guerra, ¿no?, de enfermedad, de frío, no podía contestar a sus cartas porque no podía escribir manualmente, le resultaba doloroso, y Dan Bouilland hacía de mediadora en ese intercambio intelectual. Paralelamente, Dan Bouilland intentaba trabajar para sí misma, aparte de su trabajo como docente en el liceo y de trabajar como asistente personal, ¿no?, mano derecha de Meyerson en París, iniciándose en lecturas sobre budismo y otras tradiciones de la India antigua, ¿no?, que era, realmente era su pasión. Con el firme propósito de formarse en ese ámbito, a la vuelta del verano de 1943, se planteó empezar a estudiar sánscrito. Escribía Meyerson entonces, el 7 de noviembre del 43. No he visto ningún curso para principiantes en la lista, pero los miércoles y jueves por la tarde hay explicación de textos védicos a cargo de Renou. Iré la semana que viene para ver cuándo empieza. Bien, una semana después sus planes se vieron abruptamente interrumpidos. 2 agentes de la Gestapo la detuvieron en su casa y la llevaron a la prisión de Ferren, donde permaneció 9 meses. Según su dossier de resistente, su actividad había consistido en, bueno, alojar a un aviador americano, un refugiado austriaco, un prisionero ruso fugado y además de haber prestado su apartamento a un trabajador del periódico Défense de la France. A primeros de agosto del 44, a escasas semanas de la liberación de París, fue trasladada, bueno, los nazis se dedicaron a trasladar lo más rápidamente posible a todos sus presos, ¿no?, fuera. Fue trasladada al centro de tránsito de Romainville, desde donde sería deportada a Alemania. Durante el traslado, el 8 de agosto, en un convoy de 30 mujeres, Dan Bouilland consiguió dejar caer una nota en la estación de Gagny, a las afueras de la capital. En ella pedía a la persona que la encontrara que tuviera la amabilidad de enviársela a Meyerson en nombre de una prisionera política. En la nota, ella trata de transmitir ánimos, dice: todo va bien, muy bien, no hay de qué preocuparse por mí, mi salud es buena, mi ánimo tanto más cuanto que estamos al corriente de las últimas noticias. Aunque tenga que quedarme en otro sitio, estoy preparada. Me gustaría no tener que preocuparme por mis amigos más que ellos por mí. Pienso mucho en todos. En todas partes se puede vivir con esperanza y encontrar gente maravillosa. Bueno, le iba a durar poco esta sensación. Mientras la nota llegaba a Toulouse, que estaba ya muy cerca de su liberación, ella llegaba al campo de Sagebruck, desde donde sería trasladada al de Ravensbrück. Su llegada a este campo, que se encontraba en su punto de máximo hacinamiento, recibía en torno a 10.000 mujeres al mes, según Germaine Tillion, discípula de Moss, antropóloga que estuvo también en el campo. Su llegada al campo fue lo más impactante de todo su encierro. La mayoría de estas mujeres deportadas, como sus compañeros varones, fueron inmediatamente utilizadas como mano de obra en los comandos, ¿no?, a disposición de empresas estratégicas alemanas. Dambouillan estuvo un mes en Torgau, 4 en Abterot, presumiblemente en la fábrica de BMW, y en el último mes en Mackerberg. Durante la evacuación del campo, en abril del 45, y tras 10 días de marcha, Dambouillan se escapó de la columna de la marcha de evacuación final junto a 5 compañeras. Se refugiaron en un pueblo cerca de Dresde y un mes más tarde pudo por fin regresar desde Leipzig a París. Deseosa de volver a la cotidianeidad, Dambouillan no tardó en recuperar los planes que su detención había truncado. A mediados de julio del 45 escribía ya Meyerson: acabo de volver a abrir la gramática de sánscrito. En esos mismos días solicitó también una licencia de estudios para dejar la docencia en secundaria y dedicarse a preparar su tesis doctoral como investigadora en el SNGS. Dambouillan retoma entonces una vida a caballo entre París y Toulouse, donde Meyerson se había reincorporado a la universidad después de la liberación, en el marco de una relación afectiva, intelectual y académica no exenta de tensiones, o más bien diría que precisamente caracterizada por una alta tensión, fruto en buena medida de la dependencia y la alta demanda de Meyerson, que chocaba con la necesidad de libertad y autonomía de Dambouillan. Mientras Meyerson se revelaba incapaz de retomar su investigación en su ausencia, ella trataba de hacerle entender que tenía sus propios proyectos y compromisos en París. Por otro lado, a pesar de ese entusiasmo inicial para retomar su vida y el trabajo intelectual, no tardó en necesitar periodos de descanso, es lo que se intuye de su correspondencia, realizando breves estancias en montaña para intentar paliar una parte de los efectos de las secuelas físicas, ¿no?, de la deportación, como un extremo agotamiento, insomnio, pérdidas de memoria. Problemas a los que esas tensiones tampoco beneficiaban. En cuanto a su experiencia en la deportación, ya desde su regreso, a principios de julio del 45, en su correspondencia con Meyerson, deja ver la intención de escribir unas memorias, ¿no? Escribe el 7 de julio: si tengo tiempo y valor, escribiré unas memorias. Una semana más tarde: hoy he escrito un pequeño fragmento de memorias sobre Sagebruck, nada que no sepas. Así lo estaban haciendo, de hecho, muchas compañeras, como la propia Germaine Tillion, a la que he mencionado antes, que publicó las suyas en el 46. Como señala la historiadora del genocidio, Annette Bieviorka, entre el 45 y el 47, solo en Francia se publicaron más de 100 testimonios. La ocasión para Dambouillan de sistematizar su relato se presentaría finalmente, una vez más, al servicio de otro de los proyectos de Meyerson, el primer seminario organizado por la Sociedad de Estudios Psicológicos que él mismo había fundado en Toulouse en su exilio. Bueno, en esta presentación, como decía, Dambouillan analiza su experiencia complementada con la de otras compañeras en el marco de una psicología de la persona. Su tarea, afirmaba, era la de transformar la experiencia en conciencia. Aunque el seminario tuvo lugar en marzo del 46, ella ultimó la redacción de su texto ese mismo verano. Paralelamente, estaba redactando otro artículo en coautoría con Meyerson sobre un tipo de razonamiento de justificación que llaman el raisonnement de Chaudron, frecuente, que ellos encuentran frecuente en el discurso de posguerra. Se trata de un tipo de razonamiento que incurre en una contradicción y que, según su análisis, revelaba un intento de exculpación, ¿no? Era, bueno, algo muy propio del discurso de posguerra, ¿no? Esa coautoría se daría ya, no obstante, en el marco de una tortuosa separación afectiva entre ellos, a iniciativa de Dambuyan, quien, aunque continuaría colaborando con Meyerson unos años más, de hecho su apoyo fue absolutamente imprescindible para que éste pudiera finalizar su tesis, que es su libro fundamental, a tiempo, que lo escribe precisamente para poder volver a París a ocupar una plaza en la Sorbona. Y bueno, en fin, es una situación extraordinaria. Tuvo que redactarlo en apenas 5 meses y lo pudo hacer porque Dambuyan aparcó sus diferencias personales y se puso plenamente a su servicio. En todo caso, tras muchos desencuentros en el 52, Dambuyan decidió romper toda relación, ya no solo afectiva, sino académica, con él, abandonando así la que se había dibujado como una prometedora carrera académica. Retomó entonces la enseñanza, no sin dejar de investigar en sus ámbitos de interés, donde paradójicamente se convirtió en toda una autoridad, si bien en los márgenes de la academia. En el 65, ya jubilada, anticipadamente, en parte por problemas derivados de problemas de salud por la deportación, volvió sobre esta experiencia en ese relato colectivo, a cuyas reuniones de la Amical de Ravensbrück y la Asociación de Deportadas y Prisioneras, a cuyas reuniones venía asistiendo desde su constitución en noviembre del 45. Bien, sobre el texto que presenta en la Sociedad y que publica ese mismo año en el Journal de Psychologie de Meyerson, como aclara al inicio del texto, su objetivo no es documentar un suceso histórico, sino analizar sus efectos en la experiencia personal. Con ello, aclara, tampoco pretende contribuir a una psicología de la deportación, sino que aspira a utilizar esa situación de excepcionalidad para esclarecer una psicología de la persona. Para ello, lo que hace es dar cuenta, y de hecho así organiza el trabajo, de las continuidades, las discontinuidades y las posibles transformaciones del yo en esa situación tan extrema. Comienza analizando todo lo que tiene que ver con la experiencia de ruptura, desde la separación que se produce del mundo y casi del propio cuerpo en el aislamiento de la celda, donde ya habla de una suerte de anestesia, hasta el encuentro con el infierno, el absurdo, con mayúsculas, ¿no?, al llegar al campo de Ravensbrück, donde hasta la muerte, escribe, carece de sentido, ¿no? Encuentro esa descripción de lo que Adriana Cabarero llama el horror, ¿no?, y el horrorismo, ¿no?, esa sensación absolutamente paralizante, ¿no?, donde efectivamente se anula incluso la diferencia entre vida y muerte, ¿no? En un segundo momento, Dambuyan pasa a detallar aquello que parece funcionar como salvaguarda de cierta continuidad, el trabajo organizado, paradójicamente, ¿no?, a pesar de ser unas condiciones de trabajo forzado, pero la propia participación en algún tipo de actividad, ¿no?, parece funcionar como algo que da un mínimo de sentido. El encuentro con otros prisioneros, la lealtad a las compañeras cercanas, las creencias y las convicciones, ¿no?, las creencias religiosas y las convicciones políticas. Ella encuentra, ¿no?, en algunas compañeras como esos se agarran, ¿no?, a estas ideas, ¿no?, como una forma de sostenerse. Finalmente, en la última parte, se plantea la posible transformación de la persona, de descubrimiento o conocimiento de sí a través de una experiencia tan radical. Los muchos temas que abarca van desde la propia vergüenza que muchas sienten, ella en particular, y así lo expresa, a la hora de hablar de su vida en los campos, de cuya maldad se sentían contaminadas, y dice, no se puede, no hay una distinción entre buenos y malos, ¿no? Ahí ya estamos todas metidas en el mismo comportamiento, ¿no? Bien, habla eso desde esa vergüenza hasta esa sensación de absurdo reforzada por la arbitrariedad de las selecciones, el espectáculo de los jardines primorosamente cuidados, ¿no? O los desfiles perfectamente formados frente a la miseria y la deshumanización que se les había impuesto. Ese sinsentido de las órdenes, la farsa del trabajo, interpretada tanto por las internas como por las guardianes ante situaciones como, por ejemplo, la falta de material con el que trabajar, o la irrelevancia del dolor físico en la cárcel, el hambre o el frío, comparado con todo ese gran absurdo cuyo principal efecto, a su juicio, es el de una inmensa soledad. A ese respecto, nuestra autora recoge lo difícil que resulta establecer relaciones sociales en ese contexto, con la destrucción a la que termina llevando esa imposibilidad para establecer vínculos con otras internas, pero también con una misma, con su pasado y con su futuro. En cuanto a las posibles transformaciones de la persona, Dambuyan se pregunta si se han llegado a traspasar los límites del yo, si se ha podido dar algo comparable a una experiencia mística o alguna forma de ascetismo. Sin negar que haya podido haber algún caso, entendido sobre todo como una aceptación deliberada de la muerte, nuestra autora considera que las condiciones no eran las apropiadas. Seguramente, escribe literalmente, hace falta una disciplina previa y un gran poder de iniciativa espiritual para que de una experiencia tan brutal surja algo que valga la pena. Bien. El texto de Dambuyan, como el de muchos otros testimonios, pienso especialmente en el de Primo Levi, que quizá es como el mayor, ¿no? la mejor y mayor ilustración del paso por estos campos, resulta fundamentalmente sobrio, evita tanto el victimismo como la ira vengativa, se elimina la carga emocional, adoptando una perspectiva analítica que obliga a tomar cierta distancia, ¿no? Con respecto a la propia experiencia, pero desde esa misma perspectiva se introduce un análisis de la experiencia que obviamente no excluye el plano afectivo, ¿no? Como hemos visto. Aparecen así referencias a la soledad extrema, la pérdida de toda esperanza, el desconcierto, la ambivalencia en el sistema de valores o la vergüenza a la hora de hablar de esta experiencia. Sus reflexiones a este respecto se apoyan en la propia psicología de la persona que maneja, que subraya la naturaleza preeminentemente social del yo, en línea con el movimiento personalista, a la vez que defiende con Meyerson su discontinuidad. Habla, por ejemplo, del cambio radical de actitud y personalidad que encuentran algunas prisioneras en el traslado de un campo a otro, y su carácter mediado, descartando la distinción entre un yo profundo y un yo superficial, entre persona y personaje. Por lo que respecta a la soledad vivida en el campo, Dambuyan defiende con Maurice Nedoncel, de este movimiento personalista, cómo la ruptura del contacto con otros seres supone una ruptura del contacto con uno mismo. Escribe, obligada a ser una misma, una ya no puede ser una misma. Ser es disponer de sí, participar, tener una cierta visión retrospectiva y prospectiva, ser causa, vincularse con algo más que uno mismo. El aislamiento que supone la llegada al campo destruye de alguna forma todo esto. Por otro lado, la ambigüedad de valores, como la que supone, por un lado, querer sentirse de alguna forma útil en esas tareas de trabajo y a la vez querer participar del sabotaje y que el trabajo no salga adelante, o el ponerse enferma para no ir a trabajar, pero a la vez saber que eso va a hacer recaer el peso en otra persona. Como toda esa ambivalencia de valores pone en cuestión el propio sentimiento de agencia, ¿no? y de autonomía. Bueno, de nuevo, la idea de que el dolor, el sufrimiento físico, por grave que sea, no implica ni de lejos la sensación de destrucción que implica todo ese absurdo. En el libro colectivo, el que se publica 20 años después, claro, tiene el añadido de que no solo se habla de lo que fue la experiencia en ese momento, sino lo que fue la experiencia del regreso. Y bueno, en este libro, donde se recogen muchos testimonios colectivos, pero que se presentan de forma anónima, como para construir un relato de una experiencia compartida, según se concluye del análisis de esos testimonios, a la alegría de reencontrarse con la vida y sus placeres vino a menudo a sumarse un fuerte sentimiento de desánimo, de soledad, de nuevo, de incomprensión, de desarraigo e irrealidad, cuando no de rechazo por parte de sus propias familias. Más allá del desarraigo y la irrealidad, muchas deportadas, dado su deterioro físico, no llegaron a readaptarse. En el 52, más de un tercio de las que habían vuelto no había fallecido. En todo caso, 20 años más tarde, las que sí sobrevivieron, a pesar de manifestar algunas secuelas psíquicas y físicas, hablan de haber logrado llevar una vida relativamente normal, ¿no? De haber conseguido adaptarse a la vida. Sin asomo de victimismo, el libro concluye poniendo de relieve la solidaridad y amistad que predominó entre las antiguas deportadas. Bien, para finalizar, el análisis de Dambouillant coincide en buena medida, el análisis que podemos extraer en lo que se refiere a las emociones, con la literatura sobre los patrones de respuesta emocional en situaciones de violencia extrema y genocidio, ¿no? Esa impotencia, esa desconexión, desconfianza, desesperanza, culpa, vergüenza, daño en la capacidad de agencia, la necesidad de hacer el duelo, ¿no? Tanto en el plano individual a través de la narración como colectivo en un trabajo de memoria. Ahora bien, cabe destacar que si bien en el texto de Dambouillant del 46, así como en el colectivo del 65, se recoge esa necesidad de dar testimonio y la existencia de secuelas psíquicas y físicas, no hay ninguna referencia explícita al trauma como tal, tampoco a tradición psicoanalítica alguna, perspectiva que brilla por su ausencia en ambas publicaciones. No hay asomo tampoco del que poco después sería definido como el síndrome de estrés postraumático. Según concluyen ellas mismas en su relato colectivo, aquellas que sobrevivieron a los campos y lograron readaptarse a la vida normal parecen asimiladas, al menos exteriormente. A lo sumo, dicen, aún tenemos algunos reflejos condicionados que nos cuesta eliminar por completo. Ver maltratar a alguien, ver un uniforme que recuerda al de las SS, oír ciertos gritos, pasar junto a mendigos vestidos con harapos, todo eso y muchas cosas más despierta bruscamente una escena de recuento, amigas esqueléticas, una mujer agotada a la que golpea una guardiana. Por lo tanto, no es de extrañar que entre las más afortunadas, las voces y rostros de las que se quedaron allí surjan como los de náufragos con los que deberíamos haber compartido el destino, porque las queríamos, porque éramos totalmente iguales. La mayoría, en todo caso, necesitó dar testimonio y hacerlo por un deber de justicia, ¿no? Había que hablar por las muertas. Estos textos de autoría exclusivamente femenina, como apunta la historiadora especialista en género Christine Barr, no hay una expresión explícita de conciencia de género, algo que tampoco era muy esperable en la época. Sin embargo, y como señala esta autora, el carácter no mixto de la asociación habla de un espacio en el que a las participantes les resultaba más fácil expresarse, pensar y actuar. Por otro lado, categorizadas como prisioneras políticas, eso habla de un cierto orgullo no exento de una cierta exclusividad, porque ellas también se diferencian de otro tipo de deportadas, ¿no? Las llamadas las asociales, las prisioneras comunes y otro tipo de categorías. En ese sentido, en estas mujeres repatriadas hay un cierto reconocimiento simbólico que además se vio acompañado de una cierta reparación material. No es casual que la mayoría de esos testimonios, esa primera explosión de testimonios que hubo inmediatamente después, fueran de prisioneros políticos. En definitiva, aunque sus testimonios recogen ciertamente secuelas psíquicas presentadas como reflejos condicionados y físicas, lo que les obligó en algunos casos a reorientar sus carreras a empleos más modestos o a jubilarse anticipadamente, como fue el caso de Dambuyan, no se dramatiza su impacto ni cristalizan en un individuo traumatizado. De hecho, la propia Dambuyan mantuvo una incansable actividad intelectual prácticamente hasta el final de sus días. Ya, con esto. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Noemi. We have about 15 minutes for questions and discussion. Ila.
I have a comment for Javier and a question for Dr. Parrott. Gerard is your name? Is that okay? Gerard, okay. Te voy a decir en español, pero me hiciste pensar cuando hablaste de los tatuajes que el origen de los tatuajes es la idea de la fortaleza, ¿no? Viene como forma de mostrar, como una suerte de escudo o como una forma de marcar la herida. Sin embargo, la axila es la parte del cuerpo menos tatuada porque no cicatriza. Y que creo que está ahí en asociación como con la vulnerabilidad. Entonces, simplemente es como un comentario. No sé si tienes algo que añadir o has investigado sobre las intervenciones físicas en la axila como una forma como de fuerza extrema y de violencia simbólica hacia los demás. And my question for you, Dr. Parrott, is that I've been working on Chilean literature and the importance of guilt in the restoration after the dictatorship, and how for the victims it is fundamental to hear shame and guilt from the dictators and the participants in these violent acts. So I don't know if you have research about the importance of showing shame, showing guilt for restoration processes.
That's a very interesting question, and a number of things come to mind. Not in my work particularly, that there are people who actually do studies of reparations and after horrific events have occurred. There's a psychologist who has studied genocides and how do you get two groups to get back together after something like that has happened. And one of his findings is, in fact, the importance of the guilty group making a statement of their responsibility and their acknowledgement of wrongdoing. And the reason I think it's so important is that it's impossible to work with other people if there isn't some common moral ground between the two of you. And the whole purpose of that sort of admission of guilt and shame is to basically create a line in time. There was this past where me or my group did these bad things, and we are not going to be like that anymore. We admit that was wrong and we commit ourselves to changing. And it's only after that process has taken place that something more like normal relations can be can occur. Also, as Noemi's talk exemplified, there was, part of the experience of being a victim is this loss of a moral center, this ambiguity that occurs, and the admission of guilt and shame disambiguates the situation and puts people on the same moral footing. That would be my first response.
Yes, very quickly. I think if you look at the history of military armor, you would see that the armpit is one of the most difficult parts of the body to cover, and I mean historically, and then it is one of the easiest by which you can actually kill someone by stabbing something in the armpit. So this idea of vulnerability of the armpit is you will find it everywhere. I mean, in many different places. I just gave you an example today of in the execution of San Bartholomew, but then you will also find some other examples in, for example, the history of military army, the way in which through history, we've been trying to find different ways of protecting that part of the body, which is so difficult to protect without calling into question the mobility of the arms. Thank you.
Giovanni?
First of all, thank you. This has been quite a remarkable panel, all the presentations. I'm thinking about Jerry's presentation in particular in connection with Noemi's presentation. You were appealing to the historians of emotions. And I think that we are generally uncomfortable with both the taxonomies of emotions and the problem, of course, of translatability of emotions. So you were using Google Translator and trying this translation between English and Spanish, and I was thinking in Italian, and I was just listening to Noemi's beautiful presentation. She was saying that in the report she's been analyzing, you find again the typical sort of emotions, including vergüenza and culpa, and they go together, and in Italian it's vergogna and colpa, and they are pretty much interchangeable. And I would be very hesitant to attribute one to the public sphere and the other one to the private sphere. They tend to go together. And I was thinking of Primo Levi, in fact. And Primo Levi, already in Se questo un uomo, but also in the Sommersi e Salvati, it talks a lot of vergogna, shame, but it's talking of feeling ashamed of what the other have done, ashamed of crimes committed by others. And which is quite interesting. More recently, the Jewish historian Carlo Ginzburg, he published an essay called The Bond of Shame, because shame can become instrumental to a sense of identity, or Jewish identity in that case, but in a quite provocative way, because he was addressing the current Israeli politics in Gaza. He was saying the country, the way in which we feel belonging to a country is not much determined by what we love about that country, but by what we are ashamed about it. Feeling ashamed about that place makes us feeling part of that country. So it was very critical, of course, for Israel, but at the same time, is feeling once again deeply Jewish because of what's happening over there. And that actually many years ago, Ginsburg was again reflective on his own research on witchcraft. And at that point, he felt Jewish because a victim. And in this case, he's feeling Jewish because he's ashamed of what's happening. So my question pretty much is this another significant layer of interpreting or understanding shame? Shame as exactly as a bond of identity or collective identity. Thank you.
Well, on the topic of historians' discomfort with generalizing across cultures, there's a sense in which it's the best thing about the history of emotion, which is this attunement to the particularities of a time and a culture, and the avoidance of any kind of error in which you can just equate one emotion in one time or one language with another. And it's the strength of history, that the historical approach, to have this acute awareness. But at the same time, there's a great danger if the relativism is pushed to an absolute. Because, you know, we can talk about, you know, English shame and Spanish vergüenza, and we can debate the ways in which they are not the same thing. But why are we not, you know, debating the differences and similarities between English shame and Spanish feliz? There's no argument about those being different. And so it's important to talk about the similarities between the two, or why do these seem at least remotely similar? There's a wonderful article by Thomas Dixon a few years ago in the journal Emotion, History, Society, Culture, or I get the order wrong, history, yeah. But in particular with anger, and how you can, historians will talk about, you know, how anger in the modern period is different from the Latin word in the Romans or some word in Spain. And at the same time, you know, why are we talking about these emotions being not quite the same? You have to talk also about the ways in which they have some similarities. So it's important to keep both in mind, I think. I didn't go into it in my talk, but there is, of course, the field of evolutionary psychology, and they take the equivalence of emotions across cultures to a great extreme, because they want to say not only do all human societies show some form of shame, but so do the chimpanzees and the monkeys and dogs and so forth. And they want to argue that there's this old mammalian gesture of submission, the way, you know, a stronger animal or an alpha animal, or one that is higher in the hierarchy, you, rather than fight, what you do is you submit and admit their superior status, and let them have more food and more mates and so forth. And that there are echoes of this proto emotion of shame that you can see in humans, because the animals also look down in a way, just like we do. And so there's even a little bit across species, if you want to take it to that level. And the human differences are even more subtle. But that's not to deny that the differences are there.
Bueno, ¿te contesto en castellano or in English? Así. Okay, I'll try to do it in English. Regarding Dan Bouillan's reference to shame, with the text is in French, of course, and the word in French is avoir honte. Donc, it's just a sentence where she mentions very quickly this. That when she's speaking about this evil, and she says, and it's not even possible to say those are the good and those are the bad, because we are all polluted by this evil. So that's the context where she makes this reference. And when he was doing this difference between the public and the private, I was wondering, does it work in her case? I think it's both. I mean, it's really both, because she's betraying her ideal, how she's supposed to behave. At the same time, I guess she's ashamed because she has been seen by others too, and they are all seeing each other behaving in this kind of just trying to survive way, you know, like trying to keep the life while betraying their ideal self. And regarding this, in fact, I say that she makes part of this collective text, but she signs as a part of the society, but I haven't been able to find anything regarding her experience as a new memory on her experience. I think that her participation in the collective book is just related to what was her first account. I think it's not something she really wanted to come back. Oh. No.
Susan.
Thank you all for a wonderful presentation. I have questions for all of you, but I'll limit myself to just two of you. And for both Jerry and Diana, I'm interested in kind of the popular reactions to your theme. So for Diana, at the time when these Gothic films were being shown, did women identify with, or perhaps there aren't sources for this, but what was the popular women's reaction to these portrayals of trapped, gaslighted, powerless women? I mean, did it resonate with them, or was there pushback? So that's one question. And then for Jerry, I'm also wondering about kind of pushback or maybe just ignorance among the population of this kind of psychoanalytical definition of private shame, because it's interesting that it hasn't diffused more widely, right? That I think your students and the subjects of your research definitely still see it as a public, or at least semi-public. So I'm wondering, any explanations for why the psychoanalyst definition hasn't infiltrated? Is it a lack of like a shame scale? I mean, we've like got the loneliness scale. I mean, I'm just, so any speculations on why there's this kind of divide in definitions?
Yes, so I don't have gender segregated reviews to back my opinions. The films were popular. And I have to say, though, that generally speaking, so I'm not talking about this specific Gothic practice, but in general, generally comedies tended to be, along gender lines, tended to be more popular with men than with women, and melodramas tended to be more popular with women than with men. But they try somehow to offer in these kind of movies, they offered this romance plot, this, and of course we have like the savior, the saving hero, and the damsel in distress that is being saved. So we have that here as well, and we also have the comic effect. Now, judging by various sentimental columns of the age, there was a clear stress, hegemonic stress about women identifying with Hollywood heroines, and especially with very assertive Hollywood heroines. Now, this was not the case of this heroine in this Spanish movie. So I'm wondering to what extent offering this model that is indirectly critical of the gender education of the time might have been empowering or not. But I don't have very concrete backup. I can conjecture that it was empowering because it was a very different way of presenting gender roles from a critical perspective through comedy. But I don't have actual, I don't know, interviews or ethnographic research about this specific movies to back my, but I think this was, and also because it was a very different way of portraying, even if it was still kind of a passive way of portraying women that needed the men to save them. But what led them to this situation was the very education that they had and they were expected to have, and the behavior they were expected to have during the regime. So hopefully it was empowering.
To answer the question about the apparent disconnect between the psychoanalytic theory and the shame that people describe in their everyday life, I think I have to answer on two levels. One is awareness of theory. There simply isn't any. People try to get ordinary non-specialists to describe the difference between shame and guilt, and they're hopelessly poor at doing it. They often use the two almost synonymously in everyday speech. So on the theoretical level, there's just it's not that they aren't aware of it, they're not aware of any theory really. But in terms of how they live their shame in their life, there is a pronounced difference that exists between Western cultures, meaning United States, Canada, Western Europe generally, and other cultures where shame has a really different meaning, say in Japan or in some of these smaller communities studied by anthropologists. In say Japan, shame is a very functional emotion. To express shame is actually often the beginning of an interchange in which you will be brought back into the community, in which you acknowledge that you share the same values and you want to rejoin and be accepted again. And it leads to this process of reconciliation. The accounts of shame in, say, contemporary United States, it's quite different. It's painful. It's an end, which means that you are defective and flawed, and there's no remediation available. So it simply works differently. And in that sense, the psychoanalytic view is, in fact, I think, capturing something about the way the emotion exists today.
It's already 7 past the hour, so I think we need to close the session now. I also had a number of questions, and some of them about shame, collective shame, and so on, abandonment. But there's no time now. You can talk amongst each other in the hours and days ahead. I thought this was a wonderful session, and I'd like you to thank the speakers with some applause. Thank you.
Comenzar.
que ah, hola a todos. Muchísimas gracias por venir a este panel sobre religión, emoción y diálogos con la alteridad. So Religion, Emotions and Dialogues with Alterity. Es un honor presentar a nuestro primer ponente de hoy, Charles Zika, de la Universidad de Melbourne. Charles hablará sobre los exvotos y la construcción de su historia emocional. Por favor, demos la bienvenida a Charles.
Thank you, Nora. I'm now returning to research I was doing many years ago, and it relates to the research I'm doing at the moment, writing a book on the Austrian shrine of Maria Zell. But in this paper, I really don't want to concentrate on the particular, even though I use some of the images because I have them available. I really want to look at the question of emotions. So much work has been done just in recent years, new work on ex-votos, which is very different to the situation 20 years or so before. But one of the gaps, I think, is a sufficient appreciation and understanding of the emotional core within this, what you might call ex-voto complex. And that's what I want to talk about today. So basically, I'm covering these 4 areas, and I've done it in English and Spanish, and it's Google Spanish, so apologies if it's not quite right. I just want to look at what are ex-votos, talk about the vow or the votum as a promise in extremis, and that relates it, of course, to the subject of this particular conference, and the way in which desire, hope, and trust are fundamental to it. And then I want to talk about the way in which these emotions are sustained through different kinds of processes and technologies and architecture. And finally, and this will be really an addendum that I don't want to explore so much in this paper, I don't have time, the way in which when that changes, and it does change in the later, certainly in the early to mid 18th century, you have a different kind of phenomenon that you need to explain in quite different ways, but you see the beginnings of it certainly in the 17th century. So first of all, what are ex-votos? And I think the answer to that has been complicated over the years by the fact that they're such a varied kind of phenomenon. Of course, range from the ancient world into the present, and certainly here in Mexico, and much of Western Europe and Southern Europe in particular. And the way in which recent historians and anthropologists have been trying to bring these ex-votos from different periods and in different media together. And so they're very complex phenomena. They can range from, as I've suggested here by the images, they can range by very small bones or pieces of steel, metal, to something like the building of the Escorial outside Madrid, which of course was the result of a vow by Philip II to commemorate victory in the Battle of St. Quentin in 1557, and that occurred on the Feast of St. Lawrence. And so, as you can see here, the ground plan of the Escorial is a gridiron, which refers to the most important emblem of St. Lawrence, who was martyred, of course, on the gridiron. So you have all this phenomena in between. Ex-votos, of course, can be material or non-material. They can simply be, we think of them, of course, as objects, and they are the most important. They are what survive. But part of that process is things like actual pilgrimage, the willingness to build a particular church, and they also take various forms. They can take the form of food and sustenance. They can take the form of course, textiles, paper. People aren't aware of sometimes paper ex-votos, as well as those that we more commonly know as wax and wood ex-votos, and especially the period before the mid-15th century, when wax in particular was one of wax and clay were the most important ex-votos, at least within Christian communities. And of course, I'm not talking today at all about ancient ex-votos, but the Christian ex-votos build on those as well. And I just have a few there that you can see, a couple of 19th century ones, which refer to illnesses related to the lungs and the liver, both above and below the Escorial, those that refer to incapacities of the eyes to see, and also stressing the fact that we're talking about ex-votos that still have a life in the present, as they did in the 15th century with that small very early 1475 print of pilgrims going to the shrine of St. Simon of Trent. Sorry, I said Saint Simon of Trent. He was a beatus up until a couple of decades ago, but at that stage, he was, in that illustration, considered to be a saint. Oh, wait a minute. But basically, and I think it's on the last slide, it's agreement that the most important thing is it's a susceptul ex voto, an undertaking, something which is done as a result of a vow. Within the historiography of this, and I think it has changed dramatically just in recent years, instance in the 30s, 40s, 50s, and 60s of last century, it was influenced very much by some of the work of A.B. Warburg, for instance, just to name one. And as a result of that, there's been a very heavy emphasis on taxonomy, also on historians wanting to differentiate between what you might call theological rectitude and eliminating ex-votos that seem to work magically or have magical elements about them. And that goes back to Warburg as well. But more recently, a move towards including this vast corpus of materials from around the world. The other major influence has been the work on the gift from Marcel Malson and the way in which the relationships which exist within the ex-voto complex, if I can call it that, was one of reciprocity, which now recently has been challenged in all kinds of ways, and I agree with that challenge, that in actual fact, we can't simply concentrate on gratitude. That's simply looking at one particular aspect, and it isn't an equal kind of relationship between donor and donee, if I can use that word. My focus then today is, checking my time, goodness, is on the votive panel, usually on wood in most cases, and also especially the narrativity within these particular images, and the way in which that carries across to miracle books between the mid-15th to the 19th centuries. I think that that narrativity is something which is fundamentally different to the photos beforehand, if we think of the arms and the legs and the breast and the womb and so on represented. And it gives the, the story which stimulates the vow, the votum in the first place, and then places that within this narrative context. And these are just a few examples. The first one there from Altötting, one of the most important shrines in southern Germany, but I could cite many others. The one next to it from Italy, again in the late 15th century. And then on the bottom left from Mariazell, also 1518 to 20, and also another Italian example. And all of these show the way in which crises generate this vow. And that, to me, is absolutely fundamental to looking at this, the way in which vows are promises made in extreme situations at the limit, whether it be the possible imminent death of a child or a partner or oneself through illness, whether it be caused through imprisonment and fear of execution, or, for instance, in these examples, injury or possession and the need for exorcism. So it's this liberation from a sense of hopelessness, anxiety, fear, and grief, which is one of the fundamental elements within this complex. And I want to stress that this promise, if you like, if I can use that word, for the vow, is a conditional contract. It's not an equal contract, comprising, I suggest, affective desire, cognitive assessment, motivational resilience. It's conditional, not mutual. There's no certainty as to success. It's also not ongoing. It's uncertain. And here I draw especially on the work on hope by the philosopher Victoria McGeer. McGeer talks about hope, and I'm suggesting that hope is at the center here, as a complex dynamic of attitude, emotion, activity, and disposition. Now, there's a lot of work written on hope. Is it an emotion? Isn't it an emotion? I think the way in which hope works together with a desire is absolutely fundamental, and also trust. And so I see it as a kind of an emotional dynamic that exists. I don't know if it's an emotion or not. I don't think it matters very much for me as a historian, but the emotional elements are fundamentally there when we think about hope, and hope is central to the ex voto process. It's facilitated too, as I say, by trust, And that's, if you like, and here I'm using McGeer, it's a hope in. It's a hope in someone. That's what needs to be developed, whether it be a saint or the Virgin Mary. And that's fundamental to the process. And the votive gift, if you like, or the ex voto, is the materialization of that complex. And I don't want to deny the important work that has been done on the importance of image, especially drawing on the work of Alfred Gell and so on, as having power. But I'm saying that's not the whole story. And I think we need to inject hope and emotion into this process. So what about trust? Trust, I think, is fundamental to this process. It's part of the phenomenon of pilgrimage. It's been called a lodestone of collective memory and miraculous grace. And this is something that's created and is able to be created, I think, in the 15th, 16th, 17th century in particular, because of the way in which ex votos are closely related to complex pilgrimage places, and the way in which, and this is where I suppose this is the role of the institution, and it happens in a far more powerful way than in previous centuries, I think, because of the patronage of local nobility and also local hierarchy, local church members. Sorry, my word has gone there. So I want to stress the way in ex votos relate to these, they're part of this technology of hope, especially when life is at its limits, or the hope that seeks protection from attacks or traumas that seem imminent or likely in the future. In particular, from the failure to become pregnant is very strong, illness and death, especially of infants in childbirth or childhood, the ravages of plague, and also the possibility of military defeat and enslavement, and further disasters at the hands of one's enemies. Or thirdly, also in the hope that one will be protected from any of these disasters in the future. And so for this reason, the way in which this is done, I just suggest some of the ways in which it's done, is through the construction for the first time, really, of these, what you might, miracle altars. And I just give one example here from Riazel, which has 48 different images, which can be read. And that's the kind of trust and hope that is used in order to create a culture of hope. And I've just shown there the altar with the doors closed and with the doors opened. The saints are not there. The Virgin is there, but in each of these narratives. And some of the narratives are actually reproduced individually. Another way in which it's done is in what's called, I've called, the encrusted walls of pledge and promise. And Altötting, the one illustration there is from Altötting, but there are many examples you could cite from this period that from the approximately from around 1500, but really from 1520 on, begin to develop this covering the walls and also the ceilings with these particular images. This is the way this culture of hope is created. And that's what I'm simply stressing today, and how that spills over and is further bolstered by print and the emergence of the miracle book in the 16th century, but really from the second half of the 16th into the 17th century. And I simply give you one example there on the edge, which is, again, is from Mariazell, but that could be multiplied various times, numerous times. Okay. So I think my last slide really is that this this culture of hope that I've called begins to be transformed in the 17th century. And it's transformed because there is a greater emphasis on the way in which the patrons of these shrines begin to control the shrines. You have examples there of the way in which those ex-votos are now have become far more spectacular and splendid, encrusted with silver and gold, and how they're actually displayed around altars. And this is just an example from Mariazell. And this begins to and incorporate the ideology of the ruler far more visibly than was the case in the past. And then I think the nature of the ex-voto system begins to break down so that display and power of those who control those pilgrimage sites takes over from a pilgrimage site which is directed towards individuals and groups, and the way in which they can use those shrines to make sense of the world and provide a sense of relief and escape from disaster and imminent threat. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Charles. Nuestro siguiente ponente es Paul Michael Johnson de la Universidad Johns Hopkins. El trabajo de Paul Michael se titula Rubor en las fronteras, confesión, contrición y casta en la frontera colonial. Por favor, demos la bienvenida a Paul Michael.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here. I'll echo thanks to Estela, Susana, and all the other organizers for putting on this event. I also want to acknowledge the support of the Cultural History of Gestures project, of which I'm a corresponding member. I'm going to get into the cast part a bit less than my title might suggest, but I look forward to any feedback. This is a work in progress, and I'm eager to engage more in the Q&A. So in the culmination of expression of the emotions in man and animals, Charles Darwin declared blushing to be, quote, the most peculiar and the most human of all expressions. After surveying correspondents in China, Polynesia, Africa, South America, and other locales around the globe, the English naturalist reasoned that the blush must be, quote, common to most, probably to all of the races of man. His inquiry reflects a general 19th century fascination with blushing, by which red cheeks connoted novelistic inwardness, demure Victorian sensibility, and Anglo-European refinement. But Darwin was also responding to an erroneous yet pervasive belief that non-white people were incapable of blushing, a stereotype that deprived people of color of shame and modesty, and thus of emotional and moral agency. The notion that facial redness was the exclusive purview of whiteness had appeared among prominent Enlightenment figures like Benjamin Franklin, Thomas Jefferson, and Alexander von Humboldt, all of whom extolled the aesthetic beauty of the blush while denigrating the supposed monotony of darker complexions. And these discourses have endured in the form of a blood in the face trope that in the past several years has become a rallying cry for white supremacist groups around the world. But where did these stereotypes originate, and how did they get so firmly established? How did what Darwin called the most human of all expressions become a vehicle for dehumanization? My current book project reveals the untold story of how red cheeks became racialized, locating the emergence of the racialized blush in the European empires of the 16th and 17th centuries. This was an era in which the rapid growth of global commerce, migration, human trafficking, and enslavement inflected the first treatises published on such topics as shame and human skin. At the same time, the genesis of the African diaspora, a resurgent anti-Semitism, an awareness of native peoples in newly claimed American territories, and the opening of trade routes with the Far East brought concepts of racial difference to popular media like theater, literature, and visual arts. Long before a 19th century fascination with blushing, all of these scientific, political, and cultural developments made early modernity pivotal in expanding, legislating, and transforming the meanings of turning red, as well as in construing it as a marker of racial difference. I argue that tracking the blush across national and conceptual borders offers new perspectives on race-making in the early modern world, where an obsession with the dermal visibility of the blush indexed the construction of whiteness, the enforcement of blood purity statutes, and establishment of racial others. Yet my larger project also contends that as the blush's symbolism and legibility morphed over time, and in response to literary tastes, popular trends, theological movements, scientific advancements, legal resolutions, demographic changes, and intercultural encounters, it acquired performative dimensions that troubled nascent attempts at racial categorization that their authors expected the blush to help consolidate. So today I want to share just a part of this project concerning the racialization of blushing in the New World. And again, I'm a bit outside my area of expertise, so I'm grateful for any feedback you might have. Among the many treatises published on the Americas after Columbus's arrival, it was not uncommon for early modern European writers to deprive indigenous and native peoples of both shame and the corresponding ability to blush. Such acts of physiological, emotional, and moral deprivation were underwritten by a host of embodied ethnocentric commonplaces, including facial painting, skin complexion, and nakedness. For example, in his mid-17th century catalog of global cosmetic practices, the English physician John Bulwer denigrated indigenous forms of painting the face for how they, quote, obscure the natural seat of shame and modest bashfulness, so that the flushings of the purple blood, which nature sends up to relieve in the passion of shame, cannot significantly appear in their native hue. Skin pigmentation was another avenue through which imperial discourse stripped native peoples of the blush. In the popular travelogue of his journey through the Americas at the turn of the 19th century, Humboldt queried, quote, how can those be trusted who know not how to blush? Only to answer his own question by declaring that, quote, it is only in white men that the instantaneous penetration of the dermoidal system by the blood can produce that slight change of the color of the skin which adds so powerful an expression to the emotions of the soul. And so the quote within this quote is Humboldt ventriloquizing a generalized European, which Darwin will take up later and interpret as being a Spaniard. But in any case, although Darwin credited Humboldt for his own career, he definitely critiques Humboldt on this point. He says, in Darwin's word, Humboldt quotes without a protest the sneer of the Spaniard. Though Humboldt implies that such characterizations were universal, my research suggests that they actually varied substantially, thus offering us a critical lens onto the process of early modern race-making. Recounting events from the 1660s in the Pampanga province of the Philippines, in which the Gobernador Sabiniano put down an uprising, Gaspar de San Agustin declared in his 19th century Conquista de las Islas Filipinas that the native people, quote, conocieron su hierro y aunque su color no les permitió declarar la vergüenza mostrando sonrojo, por las obras se mostró que lo habían ocultado en el corazón y que su rubor, aunque oculto, era como el del amanecer para aclarar con la enmienda y no como el del crepúsculo para ir de mal en peor y a mayores tinieblas. This recognition of rubor oculto, or a hidden blush, seems to be a latent acknowledgement of the need for compliance, or at least cooperation, on the part of indigenous peoples who initially were simply rejected as barbarians and incapable of shame altogether. The need to convert them for their proselytizing mission and to make them pliant for hard labor and enslavement required that certain affective concessions be made, even when they were at odds with desires to separate indigenous peoples through physiological difference. And I'll return to these points in a moment. Nudity became an overdetermined and often contradictory index of native innocence, simplicity, incivility, and abjection. But while much has been said on the topic, the fascination it held for European observers was not simply the nudity itself, but what it revealed about shame and modesty, a moral, emotional economy necessary for activating evaluative postures toward bare flesh. The blush and nudity are conceptually linked in at least two ways. The first is that for European observers, the latter should necessarily trigger the former, a causal relationship underlying their moral panic over people who were simultaneously unclothed and unblushing. The second is the blush and nudity's material commonality as epidermal signifiers, as embodied catalysts of the morally and culturally charged meanings that emerge from bare skin. Yet the blush emerges in sometimes surprising ways in the perpetual European hand-wringing over New World nudity. It also reveals a fundamental ambivalence over whether native peoples were morally pure, untainted by original sin, and therefore innocently unaware of shame, or on the other hand, brazenly shameless in their barbarism. So allow me to highlight just a couple of examples of this. Writing about his experience living for several weeks among the Tupinamba people near the recently founded Rio de Janeiro, Jean de Lery claims that, quote, without any sign of bashfulness or shame, they habitually live and go about their affairs as naked as they come out of their mother's womb. Moments later, Lery takes a more active, original stance on the matter of shame among the Tupinamba, describing a practice he observed among some older men of the tribe who swathed their penis in leaves, thread, and handkerchiefs and other small pieces of cloth that we gave them. He concedes that, quote, it would seem on the face of it that there remains in them some spark of natural shame, if indeed they did this on account of modesty. But he just as swiftly rejects the notion, declaring that, quote, although I have not made closer inquiry, I am still of the opinion that it is rather to hide some infirmity that their old age may cause in that member. Lery leaves readers here to wonder just what other impulse might explain why these aging men would want to, quote, hide some infirmity, if not precisely out of shame or embarrassment. In effect, to draw readers away from concluding that the fashioning of such garments could be motivated by these hallmarks of emotional vulnerability, he erects a fallacy centered on male impotence. More damning to Lery's rhetorical integrity than this red herring, perhaps, is his disclosure several chapters later that the Tupinamba are capable of experiencing shame for other reasons. Praising their generosity and liberality, he claims that a savage would die of shame, so to speak, if he saw his neighbor lacking what he has in his power to give. And Brian Cummings is among the very few scholars, I think, who have considered seriously the paradoxes of shame and modesty that inhere in texts like Lery's. Shame is the emotional expression, Cummings suggests, quote, that the colonial writers find it hardest to believe or to disbelieve in the natives. Its absence and its presence are equally disturbing, end quote. These commonplaces continued well into later phases of colonization. Joseph Gumilla's El Orinoco Ilustrado y Defendido from 1745 still sensationalizes the unclad bodies he encounters in his exploration of the Orinoco River Basin in present-day Venezuela by devoting an entire chapter to nudity. It begins with a reference to Adam and Eve, who, obliged by shame and the natural blush, grasp for fig leaves only after their sinful consumption of the forbidden fruit brings with it the startling awareness that they are unclothed. Gumilla's description of native people who pass, enter, leave, and engage in conversation without the least indication of shame, those are his words, seems at once to reflect yet defy that prelapsarian Edenic purity. The Jesuit missionary reasons that, quote, their total nakedness does not cause them to blush either because they have not noticed that they are naked or because they are naked of any blush and shame. Yet each of these possibilities is predicated on a fundamental lack of knowledge at odds with his claim moments earlier that the natives shun clothing not out of innocence, but out of sheer brute-like depravity. In fact, as Gumilla continues his account, none of these hypotheses bears out. After members of the unnamed tribes reject the Europeans' efforts to clothe them, he reports that when pressed, they respond, duraba ahaduka, a phrase he translates as, we do not cover ourselves because it shames us. This is a remarkable admission, revealing that a people seemingly unaware of the need for clothing are nonetheless perfectly cognizant of the fact that they are naked and well-versed in the experience of shame. Even Gumilla himself seems struck by the revelation, albeit blithely unconcerned for how it undoes his earlier attempts to portray indigenous nudity as evidence of obstinate barbarity. And here you see another unprecedented case, he tells the reader, quote, they are acquainted with shame. I read the translation here. They are acquainted with shame and the blush, duraba ahudaka, but the word's meaning has changed because upon dressing, they blush and turn red, and they are relaxed and content with their habitual nudity. To such an extent does the power of habit reach. Gumilla's straightforward translation of the indigenous terms into the Castilian vergüenza, shame, and rubor, blush, suggests an easy semantic equivalence at odds with his subsequent assertion of semantic difference. It says that the word's meaning has changed. It is a problem not of translation, but of habituation, as his recognition of the power of habit goes on to concede, thereby anticipating the literary costumbrismo that in the 19th century would both satirize and romanticize local mannerisms and folkloric customs. But this recognition of cultural difference, whereby the sartorial catalysts for blushing are inverted, also presupposes the existence of culture itself. Unable to escape the snares of his own rhetorical ambiguity, Gumilla undermines his own gambit to portray indigenous nudity as a totem of New World primitiveness. I want to turn now to how all of the emphatic denials of shame to Native peoples redounded to the detriment of colonial projects of religious conversion, revealing a problem of the Spanish Empire's own making. After expending considerable effort to other Native peoples for their supposed lack of shame, Spanish ecclesiastics attempted to develop a deeper awareness of sin and a corresponding sense of shame among colonial subjects. And we glimpsed this in the keynote, in the account from the Philippines that I mentioned a few minutes ago. The confessors' manuals that proliferated across the Spanish Empire betray a conflictive stance toward shame as both a worrying hindrance to complete confessions, yet when accompanied by bodily gestures, as proof of sincere contrition. And this is where we saw in Pablo Escalante's keynote evidence of tears also as material proof of that contrition. The blush is, I think, a bit different in that it is both that material proof, but also evidence that confessional details are being withheld. So this became a problem when administering the sacrament of confession. One of the central tenets of the Catholic confession is that to be valid, it must be both true and complete. Confessors realized rather quickly that reticence to exhaustively disclosing sinful behaviors was rooted in a sense of shame and embarrassment, such that the confessors' manuals that were often translated to various indigenous languages grapple with how to promote yet overcome shamefulness. Juan Gerson's Tripartito advises, for example, quote, that si por ventura por vergüenza encumbre algunos de los dichos pecados, o en tal manera lo pasa, que el confesor no pueda distintamente entender la manera del pecado, porque ciertamente debiera el pecador recibir mayor vergüenza de cometer el tal pecado, que no de revelarlo en la confesión para su salud. So basically saying, you should be more ashamed of the deed that you're having to confess for as opposed to being ashamed about confessing it. If Gerson parses the tenuous threshold between the need to feel shame at the sin and not at confession, then Francisco de Parejas's Confesionario en lengua castellana casts shame as a weapon of the devil to impede the absolution of sin. Quote, es la vergüenza en la confesión cuchillo amenazador que el demonio pone a la garganta porque no confiese o para que no confiese, and a freno con que el demonio tiene la boca y lengua del penitente ocupada y amarrada y impelida para que no diga la verdad. So here he's characterizing shame as a knife or a bit on a horse, something that's bridling and impeding a confession. And finally, Ludovico Bertonio's Confesionario muy copioso en dos lenguas, aymara y española, describes the case of a woman in the confession booth who, quote, a cada pecado que decía le salía un sapo de la boca y porque a la postre cayó un pecado por vergüenza, tornaron a entrar los sapos, y por justo juicio de Dios, muriendo la mujer de repente, apareció a su confesor en figura muy espantosa. We encounter a visual representation of this motif in a mural housed in Mexico City's own Templo de San Felipe Neri, popularly known as La Profesa, which I was hoping to visit this week until I learned just recently that it remains closed to the public after a 2017 earthquake. If anyone has other information on that, I'd be very grateful. In any case, the diptych, which was painted by José de Alcíbar in 1771, illustrates on the left the hallmarks of a good confession, while on the right, those of an incomplete, untruthful, and otherwise invalid confession. And exhibiting the snakes and perhaps toads and other small creatures entering or exiting the bad confessor's mouth that we just saw in the previous quote. But to circle back to my opening remarks, I would suggest that Alcíbar's painting betrays a subtle yet telling dermal ambivalence. For it is not entirely clear whether the darker skin tone of bad confessors is intended to denote indigenous heritage, devilish influence, or simply blushing. We might find this interpretation bolstered by the fact that the fine print underneath the good confessor refers to, quote, la blancura hermosa de la gracia de Dios, or the beautiful whiteness of God's grace, as well as that Alcíbar was also an avid painter of casta paintings, which classified different forms of mestizaje, or racial mixing, by portraying parents with their mixed-race children. This was a relatively abundant corpus that a lot of work has been done on them. So late colonial evocations of the blush thus not only challenge earlier narratives of imperial conquest, but also reveal enmeshed concerns over ethnic, racial, and religious purity. In conclusion, blushing continued well into the 18th century to index racial anxieties, even as it was subject to perpetually changing social, moral, historical, and geographical conditions. Tracking the complexities of shame and the blush as they emerge or not, as they are repressed, across these various borders can paint a more complete picture, not only of the history of emotions, but of the early history of race making as well. Thank you.
Gracias por Michael. Nuestra siguiente ponente es Robin Heckenberg. Robin trabaja en el Centro de Estudios Aborígenes de la Universidad Curtin en Australia. Hoy nos hablará sobre los vínculos culturales entre las tradiciones indígenas y cristianas, con una referencia específica a las emociones y creencias Wiradjuri. I pronounced that right. Por favor, demos la bienvenida a Robin.
Hello, everybody. So, because I'm talking about Indigenous Australians, we always put this at this front of, and this is also with our media in Australia, that what I'm saying today, there may be sensitive information. So I just include that at the beginning. And also, I'd like to acknowledge that I'm here in your beautiful country, and Mexico, the ancient lands of sovereign people. So I'm here as a Wiradjuri woman, working and living at the moment in Noongar country in Western Australia. So I'm a long way from home. But this story I'm telling you today is about love and trauma, and some of the beliefs that are incorporated into Indigenous spirituality, but in a contemporary sense where a lot of our people have actually gone through conversion to Christianity. My family being one of them, my grandma who I grew up with. And so there's a lot of tension between one's Indigenous belief system and that of Western Christianity, which was what was brought to Australia on the First Fleet in 1788. Okay, so this to me is a motif of what's happened in Indigenous Australia. The ibis is called a bin chook or something like that, and people sort of shoo it away and feed it rubbish, and that's how our people were treated in Australia. So we got a lot of these ibises that run around everywhere. This is Wiradjuri country, and this is showing my spiritual connection to my country. These are works that I've done. The one on the right is Possum country, so my country in Wiradjuri country, just outside of a place called Peak Hill. Now this is of course, the complication, because at the same time as an artist, I also interpret stories from my Christian faith. And so here on the left-hand side is Saint Stephen. And then in the middle is Saint Paul at his conversion, with still got his scales on his eyes. And then the right-hand one is the Pentecost. Just to give you a bit of background. But at the same time, our country lives, and the feeling that we have for our homelands is as powerful as any. And I'm sure a lot of people here I could say probably feel the same way of where they come from. But this is a really deep sort of sensitive and emotional feeling that one has, based on tens of thousands of years, basically. This is another work of mine that's talking about the massacres that happened, talking about from those massacres, the people living on, and the spirit of the people flying around and still surviving, and the right-hand side spirit dancing. And you see all the skulls, which is pretty popular this week, I think. So in terms of relationship to country, which is, as I said, very emotional for Indigenous Australians, and this takes all sorts of forms that have gone from ancient forms to contemporary world, and particularly in Western Australia, where I'm living at the moment, the Nyungar people gained a kind of native title, which ensured that a lot of people there are actually able to carry out all their cultural activities and do it as a form of living. So that's pretty interesting. But yeah, I mean, part of that, what might be called mundane, but on the other hand, complex, are abilities that come from the old people, like being able to read the weather and things like that. Here's I guess what you could call a first year introductory student class talking about the dreaming, what's involved in the dreaming. So a quite renowned anthropologist, W.H. Stanner, called the dreaming the logos. Now, if you incorporate that into an Indigenous Christian spirituality, then, and you go to John's Gospel, you know, in the beginning was the Word. And basically it's that same idea that it incorporates everything. It's about the past, the present, and the future. And what I find so fascinating, I guess, is the past, the present, and the future. The only ones who can see the past, the present, and the future are the divine. And it is said of Indigenous society that the past, the present, and the future are simultaneous. And that is remarkable and unremarkable in the sense of Indigenous spirituality. It's a common thing. Here is a map that was done by a quite amazing elder some years ago. And it's showing the interconnectedness within Indigenous Australia from one country to another. Commonly now called First Nations, but First Peoples is probably more obvious, of course. And Aboriginal people have had a continuous link to the continent of Australia for 100,000 years. And if you listen to Aboriginal spirituality, Aboriginal people were made on the continent of Australia. And that isn't really a concept that needs dismissing, because the Chinese feel the same. A lot of people feel the same about where they come from. And that's what Aboriginal people feel. Within these contexts, we have totems, and the totem, our clan totem, is the possum. So part of my spiritual belief system is that I give back to country, and I celebrate the totems. And so I'm celebrating here possum. These possums were photographs taken by my son. And this is my country. This is where I come from. It's dry country, but that's the dry time of year. Sometimes it's rainy and wet. And you'll notice there, that's actually a gugar, a giant goanna that is in the suburb where my son lives, Big 1A. But yeah, so Indigenous Australians have been on the continent for, as I said, at least 100,000 years. And here is a depiction done by, or done in the book of Josephine Floods. And this is Lake Mungo 40,000 years ago. And Indigenous Australians always say that they are the oldest continuous living society in the world. And the reason for saying that, living here with the diprotodon, that's over 25,000 years ago. The reason why Indigenous people say that is because there are memories that can go back 20,000 years. That means people have handed down stories over and over and over. And I think one of the wonderful things about it is when you're a kid and you hear all this stuff and you go, oh, just shut up. But then when you're older, you start doing the same thing because you want to make sure people, your young people, know what you know so they can take that and be annoying to their kids when they come along. But yeah, so part of Indigenous belief is in creative spirits, and these are some creative spirits that come from Arnhem Land. So this is Nuka. Here's other ones by Dick Ruffsey, who is actually a Queenslander. Before. And this here, this is a rock shelter that's at least 28,000 years old. It's been dated. And so that's part of the history, is this continuity with rock art. And this actually has had human hands on it. And those columns were created by the people who lived those 20,000 years or more ago. And one of the great motifs for Indigenous Australia, of course, that came out with the 2000 Olympics was the Wandjina, that used to be so sacred that you couldn't look at it. But with the coming of the 2000 Olympics, it's become really prolific now in Indigenous, as an Indigenous art form, and you'll see it in galleries now. Here's some more. And the rock art is an amazing form of storytelling. And as I said, it's another way that history can be told over tens of thousands of years. There's the giant kangaroo mother talking to the Wandjina. And the Wandjinas take all sorts of shapes too. They always have those eyes, but sometimes they'll have different sort of bodies. And now I want to take you to somebody who's actually a hero. This is the bark petition that failed. It failed because terra nullius was still in place in Australia. This is in 1971. This was made in the 1960s. In 1971, they still said, no, we've got terra nullius. And that came from the Privy Council in England. So once the Privy Council was got rid of, from London telling us what we should be doing in Australia, things could change. So here's the man. Here's the remarkable man who did it. And this is Eddie Mabo. And he got rid of terra nullius. He fought and he won. And this is his people. There's a really special plant in Oceania and Pacifica, which is the coconut. Now, there's coconut missionaries. So in other words, rather than having the bread and the wine, you have coconut milk for your communion. And you can see that that's just a little tiny baby coconut, but you look inside that, it's got the world in it, that coconut, before it's even grown up. So coconut missionary is taken, very seriously. I've got it here. The coconut tree is considered in the Pacific Islands as the tree of life. It grows in abundance and it produces life for our people. And it describing the metaphor of the coconut in all the Pacific, Solomon Booth's image resonates with this specific image. And of course, within Pacifica, in countries like, this is going further than what I was talking about with the Torres Strait, but countries like Tonga and Samoa, those countries have really powerful spirituality because, again, they bring Christianity and traditional practice together, and it's awesome. Torres Strait mob, same, very powerful. This is Torres Strait. This is the people. Scientists come from everywhere to be with the Torres Strait mob because they know all about bird migration and the stars and the water, the way that the water runs and everything. That's all from their traditional beliefs. This here is actually a spirit that's been brought into contemporary times that has a lot of power. And here's further. It's a big story. My daughter told me I wouldn't have enough time. She's right. This painting here, this again, the spirituality of the people is so remarkable. They created this big painting called Big Painting. People stood on that to create that painting, and it gave the people native title. That was the way they got their native title, their evidence. But yeah, with my countrymen, Wiradjuri, Wangama, this man here now with his totem magpie, Bienal Biramal Bila, Nanganagu Biramal Kare Bila, Jabiramal Kare Bila, Jure Nana Gingu, and that means look after the land, the bush and the rivers, and the land, the bush and the rivers will look after you. That's eco-theology there, it's told straight up. And part of my duties and obligations, I got dressed up as a gum tree and talked about looking after the river at the State Library there in Queensland. Again, talking about country. This is Cunnamulla. So this is a man's story. That's him. That's his words there, because he wrote a song about the river. And the rivers are really important for our mobs. And then the last part here, which I'll quickly go through. This is the emu in the sky, the emu in the night sky. Again, very powerful story for Aboriginal people, because it depends on where those legs are as to what time of year it is. This one here is done by a Barkinji man from Western New South Wales on the Barker River. There's we go. That's my little one. This is how far the songline goes of the Seven Sisters story. There's a lot of big stories in Australia, and some of them just go on and on and on. And there's my ones of it. And look here, this is ancient Germany, because the Seven Sisters, Pleiades, are in the night sky for both halves, for the Northern Hemisphere and the Southern Hemisphere. And then this, I'll just finish off with this, because this is Bill Niji, and he says, this story is not for myself. All over Australia's story, no matter Aborigine, white European, secret before, didn't like him before white European. This time white European must come to Aborigine and understand it. Understand that culture, secret what dreaming, because that dreaming made for us. That man was so inspired that he gave his story to white people. And here's the other person who's done that, Miriam Rose Yungamar Borman, who was Australian of the Year. And she came up with this idea of deep listening and quiet, still awareness that means that you go into country and you just sit there and you listen to what the country's telling you. And that's part of your spirituality. And that's part of what she's trying to tell all Australians, to listen to the country, to keep it strong. And that's her artwork, because she's also a Christian lady, so she's got both ways going on there. And that's it. And there's all this stuff that I won't show you, but I could have done. And thank you.
Muchas gracias, Robin. Nuestro último ponente en este panel es Nemian Navarro, quien trabaja aquí en la UNAM. Nemian nos hablará sobre el miedo del diablo y al infierno como estrategia de evangelización en los sermones franciscanos del siglo XVI. Por favor, demos la bienvenida a Nemian.
Buenas tardes, primero que nada, agradecer a la organización de este congreso que me permitan estar con ustedes el día de hoy. También el estar aquí sentado junto a ustedes es un gran honor. Mi presentación va a ser en español, puedo entender un poco del inglés, pero todavía no me animo a hablarlo. Voy a presentar con ustedes lo que es el desarrollo de una investigación que estoy realizando en este momento para mi maestría. El tema es el diablo y el miedo y el infierno. Eh, el tema de esta investigación, como lo he estado trabajando, es analizar cómo los discursos sobre el miedo, o lo que se ha denominado la pastoral del miedo, al diablo y al infierno, se hicieron presentes en sermones franciscanos, pero escritos en lengua náhuatl, y cómo estos discursos del miedo buscaron influir en las normas, comportamientos y relaciones de los antiguos nahuas en proceso de evangelización. Esto es lo que yo llamaría la construcción de un nuevo régimen emocional, por usar la categoría de William Reddy, de impronta católica. Pienso que hay temas viejos, pero que se pueden revitalizar con nuevas preguntas. El tema del diablo y del infierno no es nuevo. Ya varios lo han trabajado. En el caso de Nueva España, por citar algunos, Fernando Cervantes, las tesis de Berta Gilabert, los trabajos de Javier Ayala Calderón, Gisela von Webeser, eh, también Alfredo Nava, María Concepción Lugo, y aunque no lo pudo escribir, pero creo que es un gran referente, Edmundo Gorman, y el acopio de fuentes que hizo para hablar sobre el diablo y la conquista. La diferencia que encuentro con estos otros autores, hablando del estado de la cuestión, me he dado cuenta de que los anteriores, aparte de que usan fuentes en español, sugieren un trasvase de las ideas occidentales sobre Nueva España. Creo que hay que matizar estas ideas, puesto que Mesoamérica no desapareció de un día para otro. Y por solo poner un caso, porque me han hecho ver que falta hablar de la cultura africana, que estuvo también aquí en Nueva España, ¿no? Entonces, no por la jerarquía de una, las demás desaparecen. Y creo que estos autores tratan de poner eso sobre la mesa. Lo llamaría López Austin, los indígenas entienden al diablo a su manera. Estos autores como Félix Báez Jorge, Los disfraces del diablo, y una manera más contemporánea que se llama Diablo Tlacatecolot, ha analizado esta parte de la pervivencia de la cosmovisión mesoamericana. También el trabajo de Cuernos y Colas de Alfredo López Austin y Luis Millones reúne una serie de propuestas en Mesoamérica y en la parte andina. eh, y bueno, principalmente y de manera más frecuente, Berenice Alcántara Rojas ha puesto el renglón en estas partes de cómo confluyen la cosmovisión mesoamericana con la cosmovisión europea. En distintos trabajos, desde antes de su tesis de licenciatura, eh, ha, ha trabajado en estos temas, sobre todo los últimos dos trabajos, La Mala Nueva. El título me encanta porque mientras el Evangelio significa la buena nueva, esa es la traducción, ella habla de la mala nueva, ¿no? Puesto que cuando dicen el texto, llegan los frailes y les dicen, todos sus antepasados están ardiendo en el infierno por no haber conocido a Dios y no hay manera de escapar de aquí, pues dice Berenice, esto no es una buena nueva, ¿no? Es una mala nueva que pues no le hubieran revelado, ¿no? Por otro lado, los textos cristianos en lengua náhuatl del periodo novohispano, pero ahorita llegaremos a hablar de estas que son mis fuentes. El problema histórico, o mejor dicho, preguntas de investigación, como yo lo asimilé, es ya no hay que pensar en lo que les dijeron, porque eso lo conocemos. Nosotros tenemos una noción de qué es el diablo de la forma occidental, pero hay que preguntarnos en cómo se los hicieron saber a una cultura que no tenía noción de estas cosas. Por ello, las preguntas de investigación que siguen es, ¿de qué manera los frailes franciscanos y sus colaboradores indígenas buscaron transmitir e imponer el miedo al diablo y al infierno en los sermones de evangelización en lengua náhuatl? Esa es la pregunta principal, pero hay otras. ¿Qué elementos del pensamiento náhuatl retomaron y por ende coexistieron en este tipo de discursos? Le decía a un compañero que por el simple hecho de estar usando una lengua diferente, ya lleva detrás una cosmovisión y una cultura, en este caso, la lengua náhuatl. Y por último, ¿qué tipos de discursos y comportamientos pretendieron encauzar a través del discurso del miedo? En este caso, a los oyentes, que eran los pueblos nahuas. ¿Qué estaban buscando cambiar? ¿Qué estaban buscando que permaneciera? Tengo una hipótesis y, bueno, todavía está en desarrollo, pero la voy a leer porque sí está un poquito larga y como que dice varias cosas. Dice, mi hipótesis es que si consideramos los usos políticos del miedo como controlador de conductas, podemos entender que los frailes franciscanos, junto a sus colaboradores, elaboraran diversos sermones para intentar transmitir la imagen cristiana del diablo y el infierno, con la intención de generar miedo entre los nahuas, y así lograr un mayor control del comportamiento social y moral, acorde con el sistema político y religioso impuesto en Nueva España. Puesto que, retomando la idea de régimen emocional, todo régimen político duradero tiene que establecer como elemento esencial un orden normativo para las emociones, ya que éstas son centrales en la vida del individuo y están abiertas a una profunda influencia social. Hasta ahí pudiera parecer lógico, pero agrego, no obstante, si evidenciamos que los sermones escritos en lengua náhuatl se relacionan con elementos, sujetos, lugares y acciones propias del pensamiento indígena, habría que reconsiderar qué tipo de régimen emocional se estaba intentando construir, ya que si estos discursos del miedo se nutrían de dos realidades, tanto la occidental como la mesoamericana, es poco probable que el miedo provocado en estos sermones estuviese acorde con el dogma católico, aun si esa fuese la intención de sus autores. El objetivo de esta investigación es analizar las representaciones del diablo y el infierno en estos sermones, escritos en lengua náhuatl, para entender cómo es que fueron utilizadas para provocar la emoción del miedo en el auditorio, influyendo así en sus comportamientos y la forma de relacionarse entre individuos. Pienso que es hablar de la construcción bilateral de un nuevo régimen emocional como un proceso de comunicación. No solo importa el emisor, sino también importa el receptor y la forma en la que lo está interpretando. ¿En qué fuentes estoy utilizando? Pues no solo la orden franciscana, sino en realidad también agustinos, dominicos y jesuitas. Una de sus tareas fue tratar de imponer el cristianismo, ¿no? A eso llegaron a Nueva España. Pero pronto se dieron cuenta de que necesitaban no solo aprender la lengua náhuatl, sino también empezar a producir estos textos en otras lenguas indígenas, claro, ¿no? Tenemos géneros como el catecismo, sermones, confesionarios, toda una serie de elementos con las cuales trataron de dar a conocer el cristianismo, pero también trataron de moldear comportamientos. Esta colaboración entre frailes e indígenas, que pienso no fue simétrica, es una relación asimétrica que hay que tomar en cuenta, pero a final de cuentas sí contribuyó a partir de un diálogo creativo, ¿no? El hecho de estar compartiendo ideas y de aprender uno del otro en la generación de estos textos, nos permite entender la manera en que están confluyendo la cosmovisión occidental, pero a través de una lengua mesoamericana. Entre las estrategias de traducción, utilizaron los préstamos, tal cual, del español al náhuatl. No lo tradujeron porque había muchas cosas peligrosas, ¿no? O sea, no puedes traducir Dios, entonces ponle Dios. O no puedes traducir infierno, entonces ponle infierno, ¿no? Por ese riesgo. Pero hubo otras estrategias, el neologismo. El ejemplo que me encanta a mí es el del el bautismo. El bautismo lo tradujeron en náhuatl como el acto de echar agua sobre la cabeza. Para ellos, la idea estaba clara, ¿no? Eso es el bautismo, ¿no? O nos contaba una profesora, ¿cómo traduces la crucifixión? Pues hacer extender los brazos sobre una superficie. Eso era crucifixión y podríamos decir no les funcionó, pero en ese momento el sentido estaba, ¿no? Y el último fue la refuncionalización. Yo trabajo a partir de la refuncionalización. Básicamente es vaciar un concepto de su significado y rellenarlo de otro. Por ejemplo, Mictlán. Mictlán, que en Mesoamérica era el lugar al que las personas iban cuando morían por causas naturales, no en guerra, no por el llamado de Tlaloc, solo por vejez. Iban a Mictlán, no era malo, era natural. La idea es, lo vaciamos de contenido y ahora Mictlán es el infierno. Y Mictlán es un lugar donde está lleno de llamas y hay demonios y todos van a sufrir ahí para toda la eternidad. Pero se sigue llamando Mictlán. Lo mismo con el Tlacatecolot, que era un especialista ritual, sí asociado como a lo negativo, pero a final de cuentas era un hombre, ¿no? Un humano. Pues bueno, ya no es el Tlacatecolo de este brujo, ahora es el diablo, pero se sigue llamando Tlacatecolo. Esto contribuyó a lo que se ha llamado la nahuatlización del cristianismo, ¿no? Ya no es el cristianismo occidental, sino es un cristianismo adaptado estilística, retórica e ideológicamente al pensamiento indígena, que era el auditorio, a final de cuentas. Me parece que hay en estos productos textos híbridos, son textos en el límite. ¿Por qué? Porque mientras tienen formatos europeos, papel, tinta, estructuras, subyacen ideas indígenas en el discurso, en la lengua, en la retórica, en los referentes que están usando para que el público lo entendiera. De estos tipos de textos, yo voy a utilizar el manuscrito 1485 de la colección Ayer, le llamo el Sermonario de Sahagún. El sermón es una pieza de oratoria donde el objetivo es dar a conocer de manera sencilla la escritura sagrada. Algo importante es que no se leía, esto se declamaba. Entonces, tienes el texto y el meollo del asunto es cómo el religioso tiene que exponer ante el público lo que está en el sermón. No son fuentes para leerse en silencio ni a solas. Fue elaborado hacia 1540 por Fray Bernardino de Sahagún y colegiales nahuas del Colegio de Tlatelolco. Contiene 64 sermones. La copia del manuscrito de 1485 fue elaborada hacia el 48, con adiciones en el 63. Pienso que Sahagún fue una persona muy comprometida porque siempre andaba haciendo correcciones. Y en el 63 sigue haciendo correcciones ante la prohibición de la Iglesia de no poder traducir este tipo de documentos. Ahí Sahagún estaba metido en un problema. Pero bueno, estas son las fuentes principales. Con esto estoy trabajando. La otra es la historia cultural de las emociones. Aquí sí debo decir que pues no, ¿qué podría yo decirles que no sepan ustedes o que yo haya leído de ustedes muy probablemente? Quizás solo enfatizar algunas cosas, ¿no? La cuestión del enfoque histórico-cultural, de tomar en cuenta las dimensiones culturales y temporales de las emociones. Parto de una idea de una visión moderada. Me parece que las emociones son tanto un sustrato biológico, pero no del todo, y también tienen un sustrato histórico-cultural, pero no del todo. El meollo de los historiadores de las emociones es ese medio equilibrado, el nepantla, diríamos. Hacer historia de las emociones no significa preguntarnos cómo se sentía tal o cual persona, ¿no? Eso lo tenemos claro. Más bien nos preguntamos por los significados culturales que en cada época, espacio y sociedad le dieron a lo que nosotros entendemos como amor, como alegría, como miedo. Finalmente, las fuentes reflejan una construcción discursiva de las emociones. Me parece que lo que muestran las fuentes no es lo que tal o cual persona sentía en realidad, sino más bien cómo los autores quisieron representar ciertas emociones, más que lo que realmente sintieron. Entonces, yo pongo esa cuestión, o sea, no estamos viendo el miedo tal cual, sino la forma en la que hablaron del miedo en ellos mismos o en otros. En este caso, a la hora, ¿cómo fusionamos o cómo leemos el sermonario desde la historia de las emociones? Pues hay que tener en cuenta ciertos elementos. El primero es un contexto de producción donde hay varios actores involucrados. ¿En qué momento se está escribiendo este sermón? ¿Qué estaba pasando en Nueva España? ¿Dónde estaba Sahagún y sus colaboradores? Es un texto con filtros europeos, eso no podemos descartarlo. La supervisión de Sahagún estaba, las ideas occidentales estaban ahí, pero hay intervención indígena. Los colegiales sí estaban occidentalizados, pero no por ello dejaron de tener nociones de la tradición mesoamericana. Yo le decía a un profesor, pues es que al final regresan a sus casas, conviven entre la cosmovisión mesoamericana, eso no la pierden, no porque puedan entrar a un ámbito, renuncian al otro. Yo los llamaría, son seres híbridos, los colegiales de Tlatelolco. Los trabajos de Sahagún, que Sahagún escribió muchísimo y tristemente solo una de sus obras se publicaron, porque las demás se las confiscaron. pero hay intertextualidad entre unas obras y otras, sobre todo con la historia general. Para eso se hizo la historia general, para poder evangelizar mejor. El público inmediato eran los frailes que no sabían náhuatl, pero el público ideal eran los nahuas, el auditorio que iba a misa. Reflejan los sermones aspectos de la vida cotidiana. Ese es un tema que no voy a abordar, pero sí está muy interesante. Los sermones hablan sobre lo que estaba pasando. Esas prohibiciones es porque estaban pasando, ¿no? A final de cuentas. Por ejemplo, en un sermón dice Sagún que la mala risa, dice, es que la mala risa es cuando van los nahuas a la iglesia y se empiezan a reír. Dice, y eso no está bien. Eso no es una buena risa, eso no deberían hacerlo, ¿no? Lo interpretamos así. Es un fenómeno compuesto. Le exponía a mis colegas que hay que imaginarlos la misa. No hay que leerla en silencio. ¿Cómo es un sermón? En un sermón está el texto que está leyendo el fraile, pero no lo está leyendo solo, lo está declamando. Toda esta parte retórica de mover emociones. Hay imágenes. Otro logro de los franciscanos y de las órdenes mendicantes es el uso de imágenes para que los nahuas entendieran. Si bien no entendían el mensaje, podían ver las imágenes. Y bueno, la propia predicación, ¿no? El hecho del acto de hablar también tiene una repercusión. Me parece que es una idea híbrida discursiva del miedo. Lo que estoy analizando, lo que espero poner sobre la mesa es una confluencia. No me gusta la idea del sincretismo, ni tampoco del mestizaje, porque sincretismo es como cortar dos cosas y unirlas y que acoplen. Y aquí no acoplan porque hay diferencias. Hablo de confluencias, hasta qué punto se pueden tocar y en qué punto ya no. Entonces, es la confluencia del miedo entre el miedo occidental y el miedo mesoamericano, que pienso ya no fue ni uno ni el otro, porque los nahuas, es mi hipótesis, se dieron cuenta de que eso que les estaban enseñando era algo diferente a lo que ellos conocían. No sabían qué, pero sabían que era algo diferente. Esa es mi hipótesis sobre ellos. Finalmente, los límites de la traducción cultural. ¿Qué tanto podemos vaciar un concepto de su contenido? Nosotros entendemos qué es el infierno y podemos entender que era Mictlán, pero si le decimos a alguien como de si no te portas bien, te vas a ir a condenar al Mictlán, te diría, estás mal. Me voy a ir a condenar al infierno en todo caso, ¿no? ¿Qué es eso de Mictlán? Ahora pensémoslo a la inversa. ¿Qué estaban escuchando ellos cuando el fraile les decía, todos se van a ir a condenar a Mictlán? Pues no. O tenerle miedo al Tlacatecolot, sí, pero de una manera diferente a la que tú a lo mejor quieres. Y bueno, al final de cuentas es pensar en los significados culturales de las emociones. Defiendo y defenderé cuando tenga la tesis lista que este trabajo es viable. Tiene un deber, tiene un sentido de que se lo esté realizando. Yo lo llamo como, es el diálogo entre la historia de las emociones y la historia de los pueblos indígenas. Si la historia de las emociones en México es una historiografía en construcción, creo que la historia de las emociones de Mesoamérica es una historiografía pendiente. Pero en este tipo de trabajos espero que contribuyan a profundizar en la importancia de la dimensión política de las emociones dentro de las formas sociales y culturales, en este caso de los pueblos nahuas, en un contexto de contacto cultural. Eso es lo que espera conseguir este trabajo y pues esperemos llegar a buen puerto. Muchísimas gracias por su atención.
Gracias, Nemian, y gracias a todos, todos nuestros ponentes. Ahora abrimos el turno de preguntas. Now it's time for questions. Javier?
Thank you. Thank you to the four speakers. A wonderful panel. I have a question for Charles, and then I will make another question for Nemian. Even if I'm a good friend of Barbara Rosenwein, I'm very happy that we are here 3 days already, and I have not heard about emotional communities, which is, I think, a great success. And then, on the other hand, I was very struck by you, Charles, when you mentioned these emotional cultures. And I was wondering whether you could say a little bit more about what you mean by culture there, by cultures of hope. What does the word culture you think brings us, which is new? to our discussion. And then to Nemian, voy a preguntarte en español. Muy interesante tu proyecto y seguro que llega a buen término. Mi pregunta más bien tiene que ver con, distingues, a mi juicio, de manera correcta entre distintas formas de miedo, lo que sería el miedo del colonizador y el miedo del colonizado. Pero yo me pregunto si habría que distinguir también dentro de esos miedos el miedo del miedo sentido, del miedo representado. Porque a veces cuando se habla de miedo o de otras emociones, pero en este caso que estamos hablando de miedo, tienden a fusionarse. Y a mí me parece que son cosas muy distintas. De la misma forma que no es lo mismo la experiencia que podemos tener cualquiera de nosotros si presenciamos un crimen, que si vemos un crimen representado en una comedia teatral o en una película. O, no sé, me gustaría plantearte esta duda que tengo, que a veces escapa a los historiadores de las emociones, de no distinguir elementos, digamos, de teatralización dentro de lo que son las formas de experimentar emociones. Gracias.
Yes, I'm glad to hear that you were happy that emotional communities weren't mentioned. I have become rather skeptical in recent times about the notion, because it seems to me that sometimes communities simply closes off questions and doesn't allow alternative voices. And it seems to me that when I'm talking about something like, I suppose I haven't thought hard about the term culture, but I'm using it in an anthropological sense in the way in which it has been used for several decades, but I need certainly to tighten it up maybe by using it. But what I want to talk about is that something is actually very open, and there is a possibility of negotiation and actually rejection, because I think in the phenomenon that I'm talking about, I mean, it's clear one can talk about, obviously, a figure like Erasmus of Rotterdam, and he makes fun of all this, rejects it, talks about it in different ways. And we are talking about the period of the Reformation, and there are a lot of divergent voices, actually a lot of reformations of different kinds, and certainly they impact on this process. And to some extent, I think it's inevitable that even though it's a phenomenon that takes off, and here I think I agree with Mary Lavin and Frederica Jacobs, really in the last 30 years or so of the 15th century, it gains impulse by the Reformation process and the Reformation discourses as partly a reaction against what is happening in certain territories within Europe, let alone maybe outside, although I haven't considered that places like Mexico, of course, as well. But certainly in Southern Europe, and I include Germany and Austria in that designation. So that's, I think that's why I prefer the term culture, that it allows a wider range of responses. It seems to me that we jumped too quickly, I would say, even though I admire her work, from Barbara Rosenwein's work on monastic communities to then talking about wider communities, wider sections of the population and groups of the population as being communities. And often they don't. It's our wishful thinking as historians and our inevitable tendency to simplify society. Thank you. I don't know if that is a reasonable response.
Sobre la pregunta o el comentario, creo que es interesante y yo concuerdo, no podemos saber cómo se sentían, ni siquiera aunque lo digan, hay que dudar de que así lo sentían. Creo que habría que diferenciar aquí entre, por un lado, qué es el discurso del miedo, en este caso de los sermones, y por otro lado, aunque no podamos probarlo, no por ello, no por ello ponerlo en duda sobre la experiencia emocional. A mí me gusta esa categoría de cuáles fueron las condiciones de posibilidad que nos permiten decir esto sí pudo haber sido de esta manera o tal vez esto no pudo haber sido de esta manera. Quizás pienso en los primeros años, quizás hubo una incomprensión del mensaje cristiano, porque desconocer la lengua, desconocer a los referentes a los que estaban hablando los frailes, no es, no es pensar que los nahuas eran incapaces de entender el mensaje por cuestiones de sus capacidades mentales. Yo no creo que sea por ahí, ni por actitudes paternalistas, ni que sean niños. No, pero es viable hablar de una incomprensión del mensaje. Incluso he llegado a decir que quizás al principio no lo entendieron, pero después lo entendieron y lo entendieron tan bien que lo manipularon. Hay ciertas ideas que no eran para quedarse en una cuestión académica, ¿no? Son ideas que a final de cuentas están influyendo en tu vida y están construyendo y reconfigurando la forma en la que tú te desenvuelves en el mundo. Entonces, hay casos, por ejemplo, ante el juzgado de indios, donde la persona, aunque sabe hablar español, él decide hablar en lengua indígena. Y es como de, o, por ejemplo, que utilizan la idea de la condición de miserable que se les había dado a los indígenas. Pues a lo mejor no es que se sentía así, pero le convenía. Y entonces empieza a operar y a reconfigurar esa idea. Para mí habla de personas muy inteligentes y muy astutas, porque al final de cuentas son de otro tiempo y de otra época, pero son seres humanos, no son niños. Son adultos que están tratando con todo lo malo que ha pasado, pero al otro día tienes que seguir viviendo. Entonces, habría que pensar en un segundo trabajo, quizás, en cuáles pudieron haber sido los efectos que tuvo este discurso sobre los pueblos indígenas, y no solo de esa época, sino también de manera contemporánea. Hoy día, ¿cuál es la concepción del tlacatecolot o del diablo? Llegué a escuchar, por ejemplo, que me explicaban que si les enseñas que Dios es el rey del cielo, necesitas a alguien que sea el rey de la tierra, por una cuestión de opuestos complementarios. ¿Y quién era? El diablo. O que se le hacen ofrendas al diablo por una cuestión de recursos naturales. No es que no lo hayan entendido o que lo entendieron mal, como denunciaron los frailes. Es propiamente que reinterpretas las cosas para que tengan sentido dentro de la forma en la que ves el mundo, aunque eso no comparta con lo que la intención que tenían los frailes, ¿no? Por eso dijeron, no les funcionó.
Thank you so much to all of the presenters. I've enjoyed your talks. I have a question for Charles, and it's about hope, which is an emotion I've been interested in, been working on. In kind of the standard Christian theology of that time, one hoped in God. So it was really easy if you have hope in, as opposed to hope that, what comes after it is God. And so I might expect the people who were doing the vows that they would be hoping that God would hear them. However, when you showed the places with all the pictures on the walls of people who had seen positive results in the past, it seems to me that the hope of the people coming there with new requests, hope is generated because they know there are all these examples of people like them who have benefited. So my question is, where is the hope in? It's not exactly in the community. The word community, a little bit of trepidation there. But the hope is not being generated from a belief that God will respond. There's something else going on there. Can you talk a bit more about that? Yes.
Last question again at the end, yeah.
Yeah, so it would have been typical for the hope, the trust to be in God, trust in God. But it seems to me that in those places, the hope was being supported or generated by knowing that all these other people had had positive experiences. So where's the trust or the hope in that dynamic?
I mean, I think if I understand you correctly, you're saying that the imagery, in fact, demonstrates success. I suppose you're asking about, there must have been many, many who didn't experience success. No, I'm missing that point.
Yeah, and the fault is mine. I didn't say it clearly. I'm intrigued by the fact that the hope is generated by knowing that other people have experienced success and what that might tell us about the hope itself as an experience, as an emotional experience.
All right. Well, you know, this is the problem of experience and discourse, isn't it? Representation. It is very, very difficult, but nevertheless, we don't only have the imagery. We do have personal accounts where people do talk about that hope and that sense. We also have accounts of people who are, and I think even though it's slightly different to what you're asking, who have not had success once, but then had success. And they talk about that particular process. And that, I think, is also a demonstration of how that hope, I suppose, pushes them forward to try again. Now, again, there will be others that don't succeed, but our ability to capture experience is extremely difficult, and it's certainly not going to come from visual materials. It's going to come from sometimes some small pieces of writing that throws a light on those visual representations, and I suppose we generalize out of that to some extent that is a process which is occurring in some parts of that society.
Would it be accurate to say that hope is communal?
Well, the hope, that's what I mean by the culture of hope, that they can take that upon themselves. I mean, I think you need to think, well, as far as most emotions are concerned, both collectively and privately, personally, not privately, sorry, personally, and the way in which they interact with each other. And I was certainly wanting to demonstrate that this kind of collective culture is constructed so that people actually take it upon themselves. Now, I think it's an interrelated process that we're talking about, but nevertheless, the one is not absolutely necessary for the other, but it seems to me to have a phenomenon like this occurring, where you do have thousands of these cases being created. And we know, of course, it's something I didn't say and is probably very aware, that thousands of these ex-votos were simply thrown out and burnt and destroyed every couple of years at most of these shrines. And of course, when you go down to candles, well, but we know stories that the candles didn't just burn down, but different pilgrimage sites allowed them to burn down a little bit, and then they sold the wax for the benefit of the shrine in future. So, but these many of the ex-votos are ephemeral, and the fact that they're ephemeral is known to the pilgrims or the votants I should say, many of whom are then pilgrims. Yeah, thank you.
Katie had a question. I think Katie had her hand up earlier, and then we can go to you. Yeah.
Hi, my question's for Charles as well. I wondered at the end of your talk when you said that, I guess that more the tradition of ex votos by more ordinary people was displaced by displays of wealth and power. Were you also suggesting at that point that the culture of hope dissipated? I mean, were those displays of wealth and power able to do the same work in creating a culture of hope that the previous work had done, or did it change in some nature? I just kind of wondered what the emotional implications of such a transformation were.
Yeah, I mean, to be brief, I'm talking about a process that occurs where there's far more interest in display on the custodians of these particular shrines, and it's about representing the power of themselves and the power of their donors. And then it's not as though hope fades away. We know that these shrines, many of them still exist today, so that is still there, but it becomes more complex, I think, in terms of the way in which those shrines are then organized by their custodians. And I think it's inevitable that even the liberation and hope that I'm talking about is channeled in particular directions, far more consciously and directly. They become businesses.
Thank you, everyone. I really enjoyed your presentations, and I have some comments and questions. Charles, your talk made me think of, since we are in Mexico, of the retablos, which are so beautiful, and all visit churches when they have these displays is such a moving, and it just so many coincidences with the pieces that you mentioned, and Robin as well. All these objects and elements, and when you mentioned that as a community you could trace memories 2,000 years old, 20,000 years old, and it inspired awe in me. It had an emotional response. And then I have a question for Paul and Nemian. In both cases, there's reflection for the colonial experience and the effort to, I see if I can make myself clear, to trigger an emotional response in native populations, whether shame or fear. And you said that there was this disappointment that shame was being expected, but it wasn't happening. But then there was a point where you said that there were some other instances in which there was actual shame among native population, maybe something to do with neighborly relations. That I was just wondering if you could expand that point a little bit more. Y para Nemian también la pregunta tenía que ver con escenarios en donde el miedo efectivamente, no sé si se pudieran rastrear narrativas o escenarios en donde el miedo sí estuviera, digamos, presente en discursos de los náhuatl. Claramente, digamos, el miedo al diablo no estaba funcionando, ni el miedo al infierno, porque se estaba reinterpretando bajo su propia idiosincrasia. Pero sí, pero ¿cuáles eran, digamos, las narrativas propias del miedo? Si es, digamos, posible rastrear algunas. Gracias.
Thank you for the question. Yeah, I'm very interested in how shame and the blush in particular reveal a historical process, in particular about how that physiological reaction had been racialized on the European continent previously. We see an entire plethora of anecdotes and stereotypes about how, for instance, Afro-descendant and Black Africans were incapable of blushing. And so that gets carried over to the New World to a degree. But there's also a lot of differences across national borders. So that stereotype was much better established in early modern England than in early modern Spain. So the process is actually quite belated, I'm finding. So I gave the example from the Philippines in which that trope that is that Humboldt refers to and that Darwin then ascribes to early conquistadores, that in fact is not quite as present as we might expect. Where we do see those efforts to promote shame is, again, in perceptions about nudity, and in particular, the accusation that they're lacking shame altogether, right, because of that fact. What I find interesting about that particular example, this emotion of shame, is that it does reveal that problem, that initially there was certain advantages to emphasizing the shamelessness of Native populations. But in a moment when, in the course of evangelization, you want to ensure a sincere and genuine confession, that shame then becomes a hindrance to that process. It also becomes a hindrance when you're working to use various forms of labor and enslavement or simply cooperation. So the examples I gave from some of those early chronicles of the New World are very ambiguous and often self-contradictory. One of the examples, I think, to address your question more specifically was there's a recognition that maybe those Native peoples, which in many cases are unnamed, do feel shame about certain things. In this case, not sharing their possessions with their neighbors. They would be ashamed about that. But then also the revelation that actually they're ashamed to wear clothing, it also presents different problems, right? So, and then to get at a point that that Nemian had mentioned earlier, there's also a process that I didn't get into here, but I do in my larger project of performativity. So obviously in confessions, what's being sought is genuine contrition, but there's a process by which even Native peoples who are engaging with confession through translation begin to learn the tricks of that particular practice, right? So it becomes a performance. And we saw this again in Pablo Escalante's keynote about tears. Of course, we know from early modern Spain that the tears could very much be performed. Ignacio de Loyola, right, had this entire, right, the rented penitents that cried on funereal occasions and all that. What I find interesting about the blush there is that we typically think of blushing as entirely involuntary, even much more so than crying, right? But I'm finding examples of where even that could be performed, whether on the theatrical stage or through forms of contrition. Another example that Pablo Escalante mentioned that I've worked with elsewhere is just the simple posture of reverence, right? Bowing, encogerse de hombros, that sort of thing. So the performativity and the fact that that's a historical process, that by analyzing that particular motion, it reveals transnational and transhistorical differences that then allow us, I think, to get a better idea of how indigenous peoples were also racialized and othered in various ways. I hope that helps.
Es uno de los mayores traumas, yo creo que de los mesoamericanistas, que en primera las fuentes sean muy pocas y que los macehuales, hablemos de la población en general, no haya escrito. El acto de escribir es un acto de poder, ¿no? ¿Quiénes escriben? y cómo representan a los otros, ¿no? Pero creo que un buen ejercicio es ver qué cosas que dicen en los... Tenemos los textos, ¿no? Y podríamos decir son filtrados y son totalmente europeos, pero habría que preguntarse, ¿son totalmente europeos? ¿Es ahí la única cosmovisión que impera la occidental? Pues quizás no. Si ponemos en un análisis los textos y vemos con qué cosas no acoplan, quizás habría que sospechar que es mesoamericano, que se adapta mejor. Si llevas el elemento a la cosmovisión mesoamericana y hace sentido, habría que sospechar que es mesoamericano. Por ejemplo, el doctor Guillem Olivier tiene un trabajo sobre el libro 11 de los animales de Sahagún y se representan ciertos animales que uno podría decir viene de los tratados clásicos, ¿no? De animales, pero hay hay una serpiente que es como jícara, ¿no? Y vas a los tratados de Aristóteles y de Plinio y dices, aquí no hay ninguna serpiente jícara, ¿no? Pero cuando te vas a las fuentes, cuando contrastas y con otro tipo, por ejemplo, con los mitos, entonces ahí adquiere sentido y ahí podremos sospecharlo, ¿no? Creo que el ejercicio de la imaginación histórica no debería ser tan menospreciado. O sea, Natalie Simon Davis hablaba de la imaginación histórica, pero es una imaginación que viene respaldada por muchos elementos, ¿no? No es de a mí se me ocurre esto. Habría que pensar en condiciones de posibilidad. No puedo probar que tal o tal cosa sentían los nahuas, pero hay ciertos elementos que me permiten decir tal vez no fue de esta manera o tal vez fue de esta otra manera. Creo que en los trabajos de, por ejemplo, el teatro de evangelización, creo que es un buen ejemplo. El texto de Aztec Antichrist, quiero leerlo porque ya leí un capítulo en español y está muy padre cómo esta persona se reinventó la cuestión del juicio final. Y hace unos días que estuve en Tlaxcala, leí una pasión de Cristo, una traducción del náhuatl, y presentan ahí a Judas que le dicen, ¿por qué traicionaste? ¿Por qué vendiste a Jesús? Y decía, por las monedas. Y ahí se queda, ¿no? Pero el texto completa y dice, sí, porque también mis masehualitos estaban tristes y mi familia. Entonces, como de, a ver, esto ya no es de la Biblia. Esto ya es algo más cotidiano, ¿no? Y entonces de ahí podemos rastrear y decir, esas son pistas de algo que estaba pasando. Y quizás ellos no hablan, pero de alguna manera se lograron filtrar dentro de esos textos, ¿no? Y eso creo que está muy padre. Por ejemplo, lo de la confesión, el otro día estaba leyendo sobre la confesión y decía un profesor, quizás a los nahuas les tuvieron que enseñar a pecar, porque entonces, si no pecas de manera cristiana, la confesión cristiana no tiene sentido. Todo este proceso de la confesión tiene que ser efectivo, pero si una parte ya no se acopla, entonces el ritual de la confesión ya no es efectivo, ¿no? Entonces, ¿cómo le enseñas a un nahua a pecar, ¿no? Y decía Mendieta y Motolinía en las fuentes que los nahuas hablaban de sus pecados como enlistando las cosas de los mismos pecados que les habían enseñado. Entonces, son lo que habían hecho o lo que les enseñaron a que tenían que pecar, que no dudo que lo hayan interiorizado, ¿no? O sea, a final de cuentas los estaban bombardeando todo el tiempo. No solo era un domingo de una hora, ¿no? Como nosotros que, bueno, yo no voy a misa, pero la gente que vaya a misa, no solo es esa hora, es como de sales y ahí está. Y te lo están diciendo a todos momentos, a cada momento, pues obviamente algo se te empieza a llegar y algo empiezas a interpretar, ¿no? Pero esa forma de, por ejemplo, los procesos inquisitoriales, y aún así hay que tener sospechas, ¿no? Porque lo que le dice al inquisidor, lo que el inquisidor interpretó y lo que quiso poner sobre el texto, ¿no? Pero no es para decepcionarnos y decir ya nada se puede hacer, más bien es ser más cuidadosos en este análisis, porque hay muchas voces que están ahí dentro de las fuentes, pero se pueden hacer oír si somos cuidadosos y las llenamos de otros sonidos y otros ecos.
Gracias a todos. Creo que es la hora del desayuno. Entonces, gracias una otra vez. Thank you again. I think it's lunchtime now. Thanks, everyone.